The sheep heard the shepherd calling. I lead it to the path of righteousness. The Rastafari thy shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to rest up in green pastures. By the river of righteousness, by his name's sake. Though you walk through the valley of shadow of death, thou shalt not fear. High. The sheep heard the shepherd calling. The Rastafari bring back his own. Well, there was 99 in the shepherd's tent. One stray and gone away. The sheep heard the shepherd say, come to Zion, everything is ready. Oh, blessed Redeemer, King Creator. The only human mechanic, the Almighty. The invisible, visible. Without father, without mother, yet father, yet mother. The first. Eli Jah, Ras Tafari, foundation of creation. And I know history has proven and showed that Ethiopia is a cradle of
We're gonna let
civilization.
him know what you sound like.
Ethiopia is the
Saying like
incubator of the
really
earth,
native, you know.
where
Oh,
life
you're
has
really
first
bring up some
started to
stuff.
exist from.
Like,
Yeah,
what?
And
she
I also
always,
know
I just leave her alone.
Ethiopia
I
is
see if
our
you saying
ancient
native now,
Christian
huh?
thing, man. From the year 4475
Sometimes you just
BC,
need to just leave
I
her
mean,
alone.
before
yeah,
Christ,
that's what I do.
before any Western side ever know anything of
That's all right.
civilization or anything of Christianity. I know even Revelation 5 has shown up on his vesture.
Hold on one second.
It was
Put his
written,
ass back in his
and
eye.
Lords of Lords. There were none before him, and there shall be none after. For he is the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. Eli Selassie, he is also the fullness of King Solomon, the return Messiah to earth this day. For in prophecy I showed you that in this day he shall come with this name that is so terrible and dreadful. Rastafari. That's what the world heard. And have the fullness of the truth of creation. That Rastafari lives and reigns forever and evermore. His Majesty is the creator for the earth. And I know that prophecy has shown that anyone who really have is really creation, their master, and the rightful owner. That's shown that His Majesty is the monument, the Bible owner, creation, their master. And first, and I know that Rastafari is really the head of every truth and right. You know that His Majesty had even set up the Declaration of Human Rights and even fulfilled the League of Nations, which the whole Western world had found themselves guilty within the Muslim war and Muslim attack that Christian kingdom Ethiopia. For Italy said without they are the ruling power of Ethiopia, then they could never rule the earth. And we know that His Majesty set up the League of Nations, which they all break away now, come to really form this United Nation. It's the same charter of His Majesty's League of Nations. They have been used right now within the United Nations. So we know that He's the rightful ruler by sovereign right. His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie. Give thanks and praise unto the Most High every time. Iskili, Katama Takana. All members are written in His book. The radiant rainbow royal circle throne. Blood, gold and green. Elohim, Elohim. Rejoice, God bring back His own.
not give up, and to the south keep not back. Send my sons from far and my daughters from the ends of the earth. Even everyone that is called by my name. Righteousness shall cover the earth as the waters cover the sea. Golden Jubilee.
Greetings, greetings. Welcome to the RMO Live. We have 5 minutes to go before the start. Again, we welcome you. You will soon hear from the chair. However, at this time, we're just asking individuals to mute their microphones. It is very important that if you are not participating, that you mute your microphone, because in some way it interrupts with the person who is presenting. So even before we start the official program, I am asking individuals to keep in mind that once you are not presenting, we are asking you please to mute your microphone. Give thanks.
Blessed Rise family, if ones are hearing, just to make a point, I don't know if Brother Iva is on the phone yet, on the call, but there was the one addition of Honorable Priest Lamont to do the closing Isis. So that was the only thing I believe not communicated. Give thanks.
Yes, Haile I, Selassie I, is the owner, founder of sun, moon and stars, man, woman and children, green herb, heat, air and water, and all creeping things upon the face of this earth that have breath, those that fly within the midst of heaven, and those that move within the great and small waters, and those that are hidden from the face of man, internally live. Jah, Rastafari, let all living things call him. He is without father, he is without mother, without beginning of days nor end of time. Hebrews 7 declare it biblically. No descent, having neither beginning of days, he'll priest Melchizedek, yet father, yet mother, without void, without form, yet void, yet form, all void and form, unsearchable, coming through lineage, through even Jesus Christ, 2,000 years ago, coming through Judah, who prove a better testament than priest Melchizedek, as it is written in CM Hebrews 7, coming through Acts 2nd, 19 verse, as it is said, men and brethren, let me freely speak of the patriarch David, who is now dead and buried, but his sepulchre is here with us now. Understand that? And through the lineage, according to the flesh, through David's line, Christ must return to reign upon his throne. Haile Selassie is greater David, greater son, who stand to rule and reign worldwide. Unfathomable, the master builder of creation, the Almighty in person, natural man. Haile Selassie is a title given to Rastafari. Malachi first declare it. The heathen shall shook at his great and dreadful name. Ras mean king. Tafari mean head creator. He is redeemer, king, creator in bliss, return to reign forever. Jeremiah here declare it. I am black. Astonishment is being taken upon me. I am one forever. So this one is one. So hail Selassie, the might of the Trinity, Jah, Rastafari is one. One heart, one love, one moon, one earth, one life. So there must be one God, the Almighty Jah, Rastafari. I and I was being taken away as captive. Surely, from a long, long time ago, we tried the high and I still was in Egypt and just bust the scene too with Naya Bing the music through the temple of Moses and man walk on dry ground. Jaguar and do it again. This day I shall bring the captivity in this decade of Judah and Jerusalem, Ethiopia, when all eyes shall see and know that he is Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, reign forever and forever. For he angel will be coming, falling down before him. He touched lightning and it scorched. He rebuked the wind and chastised thunder. He's almighty in supreme supremacy, ruled among the mighties. Him alone, the only international field marshal general. Hail I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari to the world. Sila.
Again, give thanks for joining us. I am Breadlocks, the chair of the RMO Events Planning Committee. At this time, we put things over to the presenters and the chair of today's activities. Give thanks.
LI.
Greetings.
God bless you.
Dr. Martin Luther King. Your name will ever ring. Dr. Martin Luther King. Wisdom cry, angels sing. Your dream has come to pass. These days we pray and to authenticate. He was being assassinated. Dr. Martin Luther King. Your name will ever ring. Dr. Martin Luther King.
Please. Okay, thank you so much.
We say greetings and love in the mighty name of the conquering Lion of Judah, His Divine Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, and His Royal Empress, Her Imperial Majesty Empress Mene. We do give thanks. We give thanks, sons and daughters. We say good morning, we say good afternoon, we say good evening, and we say good night to our families across the world in many languages who has joined us today for a very historic meeting of the RMO. For those who are not aware, the RMO, the Rastafari Mansions and Organizations, is the successor to all the other umbrella groups that was established to represent the collective voice of Rastafari. As the OAU's mandate in 1963 was to speak with one voice in pursuit of political, economic, and spiritual independence, and to rid the continent of the scourge of poverty, hunger, and disease, the RMO follows in this vein. The constant agitation to government on the rights of Rastafari is now addressed through this umbrella entity. Successes on sacramental rights, immunization, and the rights to wear locks in schools and workplace are ongoing. Never again should those who don't have the moral authority to do so say Rastas are not united. This
Yes,
around
I
the
was. I just wanted a pen and paper.
on the island brought interested community members together for a thorough sensitization and awareness of the RMO. The various entrepreneurial skills and businesses are put on display, expressing and exposing to the wider public the work of Rastafari in various endeavors. Today, we have our first global virtual meeting to further make our families across the globe aware of the objectives of the RMO. As a very young entity spanning just over 2 years, the RMO remains consistent in their agitation on behalf of the community, trusting that victories achieved here on the island of Jamrock will be replicated across the globe and its communities. Today, as our presenters speak from the different committees on our economic committee, you will hear from the ones selected to represent. We have the Advocacy Committee. We also have an Events Committee, and Sacramental rights will be dealt by our committee, we spearheaded by the Ras Tafari Ganja and Grassroots Association. We encourage you all, with your rapt attention, to listen thoroughly to these presentations, and in the Q&A, ask pertinent questions that will expand the knowledge of all on the platform today. We thank you all for your attendance, trusting that at the climax of this unprecedented discourse, we will be gratified being a part of this exercise. On behalf of the RMO, we extend royal welcome to all our families here today, being a part of a very historic exercise. Rastafari, love and blessings, and we trust that our thoughts and actions will be guided by the principles and the teachings of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile.
On the table.
Give thanks, family. Enough love and enough blessings. So we'll open our meeting with, our chanting, our Isis, and our words of our Divine Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I, and we know our prayers will come forth. So the house is open to these presenters. Rastafari. So, beloved priesthood, after chanting, will come forward. So, blessings, Rastafari. Give thanks.
Honorable priesthood, my lord.
Oh, blessed love, my lord. You ready now?
Go through, my lord.
Okay, my lord. Blessed love. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. How good and how pleasant it is for us, brethren and sisters, to live together in love and unity. It's like the precious oil that ran down to the beard, even Aaron bathed that touched the skirt of his garment. And of the joy of Herman, and of the joy of sent upon the mountain of Zion. For there the Lord commanded His blessing, even life and love forevermore, even life and love forevermore. So we hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Jah Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Jah Rastafari, great and terrible God, Jah Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reigneth in the heart of all flesh. O thou most high, eternal Father, Jehovah God, Jah Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cast thy only face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah Rastafari. Bless and sanctify us and lead and direct us on the crown of the sole of our feet. Spiritually, temporally, and celestially guide and protect us and lead us and go before us and do for us what we can't do for ourselves. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah Rastafari. John Marcus, I, Selassie, I, Jah Rastafari. King Selassie, I, Jah Rastafari. Queen Amiga, Selassie, I, Jah Rastafari. My Lord and Empress, blessed love.
Give thanks, Honorable Priesthood. We now invite Ras Walde to come with words of our Divine Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I.
Give thanks. Greetings, family. Greetings in that divine name of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I, and His precious Queen, Empress Wazora Menin. These are the words of His Imperial Majesty. We must become bigger than we have been, more courageous, greater in spirit, larger in outlook. We must become members of a new race, overcoming petty prejudice, owning our ultimate allegiance, not to nations, but to our fellow men within the human community. Words of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie
I'm
the
coming.
First.
I'm taking a
Ja,
meeting. I have a meeting.
Rastafari.
Give thanks, Raswalde, words of our Divine Majesty coming forward. At this time, we invite our beloved Priest Lamont to come forward and speak on the vision, mission, and priorities while letting our community know what is the RMO. Our beloved priest. Beloved Priest Lamont, the globe is awaiting your...
Give thanks, Honorable Rasaiva. My mic was muted. Let me say, blessings and greetings to the great, honorable listenership of this great program of the RMO Live. I greet you in the mighty name of our Divine Father, King God, Majesty, King Emperor Haile Selassie I, and in the name of our Divine Priest and the Order of Melchizedek, King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, and in the mighty name of our great prophet, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Goffe, also in the blessed, glorious, and holy name of our Divine Mother, Empress Wazira Menin Asfa. I must also greet you in the great and powerful irids of all Black liberators, agitators, advocators of African sovereignty, and those that strive and fight for the return of Africa's position and possession that have been stolen in different times from Magdala and from Mount Lalabala and all the various places. We hail those that hail and chant every day and advocate for the return of our literature, our artifacts, our precious metals, precious gems and stones. We give thanks. As the Honorable Rasaiva said, I will brief you on the vision of the RMO. The RMO's vision basically is to support the unity and upliftment of Rastafari as a nation within Jamaica and globally. We do this because we hold the speaking together with one voice as very important. Mission of RMO is to unite the legitimate Rastafari mansions and organizations for the greater good of harnessing the collective assets and the resources of the Rastafari community, and to fulfill the Rastafari creed and facilitate reparations and repatriation. We hold this in paramount superlativeness because we see that it is important to hold our motto of one voice and speaking together with one voice. Because there has been much effort by governments and other entities to stifle the advancement of Rastafari on that notion that I and I are disjointed and disunited, making it difficult for them to interface with I and I in establishing concrete decisions towards our development. The mansions and organizations of Rastafari have made the togetherness and the oneness voice our superlative our superlative point. In order to achieve and maintain this goal, we have established some standard operational procedures and have agreed on resolutions to guide us and keep us on this path. It is a known fact that since the cradle days of Rastafari movement, particularly here in Jamaica, I have undergone grievous harassment, abuse, victimization, and exploitations. Therefore, the RMO has also put as priority advocacy to bring to an end these evils that have been plaguing the community over the decades. Also at the top of the drawing board are issues such as cooperative economics, self-sufficiency, food and water security, sacramental ganja rights, agriculture and IP protection, business and product development. I did not say at the beginning what the RMO is because it is something that we say so often. The RMO is an umbrella organization comprised basically of the known branches and organizations of the Rastafari community. And so today, I are here to present to you some of the activities and the good intentions of RMO. And I'm sure you will hear much more. And I urge you to listen keenly and intently and to take your notes as our presenters will update you further on the progress and the aims of the RMO. I give you thanks. Blessed love. Over to yes, Ivan.
Blessed love, priest. We do give thanks for your overview and your presentation. You know, earlier I should have asked all, and including myself, you know, that we should all turn our cameras on just to behold each other as we are on one platform. We don't want to see the faces of our beloved. You see, this entry to smile to see each other. Yes, beloved priest. So we're asking all, feel free to turn on your camera. We can see who is interfacing with I and I. So we do give thanks, our beloved Priest Lamont, for your presentation, which just that one's listened in and will be able to ask questions pertinent to your presentation. All right, so at this time, we're going to call forward our hard-working sister. You know what I like in this time? I like to see sisters as part of our structure, our administration, and doing great works on behalf of the community. Some of them you will not see here at all times because some of them work behind the scenes, but their voices are there and their input. So we're going to welcome another hardworking sister. She wears many caps on behalf of Rastafari. We want to give royal welcome to our beloved sister Nanny, who will further introduce herself and tell you all her portfolio in the RMO. Sister Nanny, composition and structure of the Rastafari mansions and organization. Rastafari, royal welcome, Empress.
Give thanks, Rastafari. Yes, you're hearing me now. Yes, greetings to all our family across the globe, and give thanks for really joining us in this first RMO Live. The RMO, after 1 year and 8 months of meeting and discussions around the draft constitution, the RMO was launched at a ratification ceremony on August 27, 2023. 13 organizations signed the constitution, which governs the RMO. And you can see just log on to www.rmo.com and you would see all the names of the organizations that are part of this umbrella organization. Now the organizational chart is on the screen. The supreme authority is the constitution. We try to abide closely by the guidelines within the Constitution. And the 14 member organizations, it comes below that. And then we have a 28-member administrative board. Each organization is asked to send in 2 representatives to the administrative board. And then the administrative board nominates or elects an executive committee of 12 persons, 3 co-chairs, 3 secretaries, 3 treasurers, and 3 public relations officers. And then you have the committees which come below that, where you have the advocacy, business development, and events and sacramental committees. So that is the organizational structure. And the committees report to the executive committee, which in turn reports to the administrative board. Now, on October the 6th, 2028, we held our first anniversary event, which was dubbed Rastafari Act Day. On that day, Life Yard, an organization representing inner city youths in Kingston, signed the Constitution, thus increasing our membership from 13 to 14. On December 10, 2024, the admin board held its first annual general meeting. The main items on the agenda were confirmation of members to serve on the executive committee, confirmation of members to serve on the advocacy, business development, events, and sacramental rights committees, and setting meeting days for the admin board. It was agreed that the admin board would meet on a monthly basis. Executive committee meets bi-monthly, and each committee, from which you will hear a report today, meets once per week. So this is where the actual work takes place for the RMO. In keeping with the aim of the RMO, I will just move on now to the advocacy committee. In keeping with the aim of the RMO to speak with one voice on behalf of the Rastafari community, the advocacy committee addresses issues of discrimination against the members of the Rastafari community. Sister Carida will give more details when she speaks about the RMO's proposed Rastafari Act. Vaccination exemption is one issue of concern to the Rastafari community. In 2024, we sent a letter to the Ministry of Culture after 3 youths were being prevented from sitting their end-of-year exams. Our intervention led to the youths being able to return to school and do their exams. The RMO has since developed a 4-part vaccination exemption form addressing 1, Rastafari health standards and practices, 2, Rastafari religious beliefs and rights, 3, international conventions and laws in different jurisdictions, and 4, a parent declaration form which states that the school will not be held responsible if the child's health is compromised. The form has been accepted by different school administrations, and about 10 Rastafari youths have so far benefited from its use. The Advocacy Committee coordinated the Traore Solidarity Rally on April 30, 2025. Priesthood will tell you more about that shortly. We also sent a letter to JBDC expressing concern about the Jamaica campaign, which aims to promote Rastafari influenced products. We were concerned about possible misappropriation of the Rastafari culture and the fact that the campaign was launched without prior discussions with the Rastafari community. We met with the CEO of JBDC, that is Jamaica Business Development Corporation, and other senior officers, and we are currently exploring how we can collaborate in the future for our mutual benefit. RMO is currently developing a database on Rastafari creatives, and you will be given more details later in this program. Give thanks for listening. I'll pass on to Sister Carida.
Give thanks, Sister Nanny, and for the active work of the committee within which I sit. So Rastafari, greetings, royal family. This is going to be just a very brief overview on some of the advocacy work related to the Rastafari Act. And this has years of history in terms of a set of demandments, maybe not using that name, but advocacy of the Coral Gardens Benevolent Society recommendations to the government several years ago. This was then merged with an effort of what was then called, this predated the official constitutional signing by the RMO members, and there was need for advocacy around the continuing violation of rights within the ganja industry, and also in terms of sacramental rights, but also the Nzinga King. Ones I'm sure will be very cognizant of that entire violation of the Princess Nzinga. And around that effort, what was then called the Coalition of Rastafari came together with a set of demandments and a global petition. Maybe ones on the call even were signatories to that petition to the government to say these things must stop. And there were a set of demandments that aimed at having a more comprehensive approach rather than every issue of Rastafari being brought to the table at different time frames. So there was then, when the RMO established itself, the coalition was not intending to try and be an organization. It was just an advocacy voice. And therefore, we deferred to the governance structure that was formulating. And then that was when there was an agreement to merge the advocacy efforts and the articulation of the issues with what the coalition had put together. And therefore, what we have now is a very robust articulation of the issues. And then this was brought to the first anniversary of the RMO, which was in November, was it? Or September, Sister Nanny? Remind I? Last year. And so this was when there was a town hall meeting, as you'll hear further from Brother Breadlocks from the events committee, in terms of the format of the physical Harambe halls. And that was an opportunity to bring in the Jamaican-based community to listen and to validate that these issues did indeed cover all areas. So now I'm just going to give you a little bit of an overview of what were some of the rationale for these demandments presented to the government. So it's obviously been that there have been multiple years of appeals for the same thing, right? And that the community here is fatigued. It's like there's kind of tokenistic compensation for the atrocities, even of the Coral Gardens and other sacred sites of Rastafari, unification and effort to advance. Pinnacle, Bakawal, all of these advocacy efforts around the atrocities related to these Rastafari strongholds. So there's been only tokenistic compensation, although we do give thanks that the Coral Gardens Benevolent Society has been able to make advances for the specific families who are survivors of the atrocities. Also, the unfulfilled promises for reparatory justice, trying to get away, as I said, the issue-based advocacy. Every time there's a different incidence of injustice, it's fatiguing to go on the streets every time there is a new wave of violation of Rastafari rights. The runaround, this is nothing new, but just to sort of recap why the bringing together of a Rastafari Act as an umbrella or as an omnibus act is so critical. The runaround from ministry to ministry. So, one group may spend so much time with the Ministry of Justice, but then it has spill over to other ministries that really needs a combined approach of government to address the Rastafari issues. The fact that Rastafari cannot fulfill its role with a persistent burden. It's a burden and a distraction to have to deal with this violation of rights instead of the Rastafari community spending its energies and focus on development and advancement. The Omnibus Act that has now this comprehensive set of demandments is aimed at addressing multiple issues in a coherent way. It's meant to be enshrined in law so that it increases the accountability of the state parties to deal with what it says it's going to deal with, and it can't be related to a personal relationship with a particular individual in politics. And also, very important point, to remove, in terms of the sacramental rights, to remove it from the Dangerous Drug Act, which is almost a sacrilege to be dealing with the sacramental rights under a Dangerous Drug Act. So by pulling out a Rastafari Act, this will allow the issues on Rastafari position as it relates to sacrament and ganja industry into this act. So those are some of the key points that everyone was in agreement with. Also now, the actual content, Sister Nanny has referred to a few, but just to recap, it is to deal with the educational facilities in terms of ensuring that they are not barring or expelling Rastafari children from schools or subjecting them to discrimination in relation to any aspect of their culture. Wearing of dreadlocks, vaccination exemption, also Rastafari holidays to be recognized by the school administration. In terms of health facilities, we know that Rastafari admitted into these healthcare facilities are particularly vulnerable to procedures of the institution in terms of medical, reproductive, healing, diet, personal care preferences of Rastafari patients, and this in itself needs to be sensitively and seriously dealt with to protect the rights of Rastafari as they are admitted into state institutions for health purposes, health reasons. Non-discriminatory employment policies. We're just even hearing of last week from Sister Nanny in terms of Rastafari trying to be doing tour operation, and that he's been on a waiting list, and he knows that it is racial or social profiling why he's not getting further. So these are ongoing efforts. It's not something of the past. In terms of cultural education and preservation, the need to have its history and tenets and contribution of Rastafari prepared, and then the cultural heritage sites. Restorative justice, ensuring that there's state compensation, annual grants, scholarships, and land tenure in relation to compensation for the years of atrocities. I mentioned already the ganja exemptions, and then the intellectual property rights are also in the demandments document. So I've given you a very quick overview of what is the content of the demandments that is towards the Rastafari Act. And now, just before I close, just to quickly say, in terms of the process, where I and I are now in terms of the advocacy. So a letter was sent to the Ministry of Culture on October 2024, requesting a meeting to discuss amendments. Nothing has been heard to date to deal with that. So there's intimidation overall in terms of the RMO now looking organized as an umbrella group. Them can't go around the thing again. And so there has just been silence. There was an opportunity because Jamaica is undergoing an overall constitutional reform. So there was a call in January for public responses for the constitutional amendment, and the advocacy committee was able to draft a response really in singular terms to request for recognition, formal acknowledgement of Rastafari in the constitutional reform. And finally, the RMO has had a very important high-level meeting with the leader of opposition, Mark Golding, to ask for guidance in terms of his previous effort to represent Rastafari in the ganja industry, and asking for suggestions as an attorney for next steps. And there are recommendations, very tangible ones, for things like having drafting instructions prepared for submission to Parliament, similar to how a Disabilities Act is pulled out with all of the issues relating to persons with disabilities. So right now, our attorneys in the group and on this line, Brother Marcus, Brother Kwasi, and they will bring in others who have volunteered as attorneys now to take the drafting instructions forward. So with this very quick overview, I will hand over forward to Brother Ivy, our chair. Give thanks. Oh, sorry, it is to Priest Toot regarding the Ibrahim Traore solidarity call.
Oh, blessed love to the royal family, blessed love to the royal sisters and brothers I'm out there. Blessed love to Rastafari. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Abraham Chari, Africa bright and morning star. A man of integrity, a man of righteousness, and a man of advocacy. 2 days before the Solidarity March towards Chari, the advocacy group get word that there will be our Solidarity March for Abraham Chari, and immediately we requested an emergency meeting with the admin board and lay out the plans for us to be a partake in that march. We organized our brothers and sisters in Montego Bayside to put on a protest in St. Charles Square. We on this side in Kingston prepare ourselves to march on Emancipation Park. And then it was so ironic that on that day was the Founders Day at the Haile Selassie High School, which all Rasta would be attending there. So we include that also. So when we leave Emancipation Park, we went to the Haile Selassie High School to attend that Founders Day. And when we leave that day, the Haile Selassie High School, we went on to the American Embassy for a protest there, which we deliver a letter to the American ambassador, and we deliver a letter to the France ambassador, and it was a well set. It was so quick and it was so well put together. It even amazed me that all of us come out, all Rastafari come out and come join the love and come be in that, gumminess, even strangers, everyone. So we do give thanks that the effort of Rastafari was the only group in Jamaica that really, participate in that solidarity. And it was meterized. It was metered and carried by IRFM, Kabu. She sent her team out to cover all of the events, all of the location them. And we do give thanks. So this was a really, joyful event that it go all over the world, that in Jamaica, we are in solidarity with Abraham Chari. So we do give thanks, for I and I playing our part as African to strengthen the African brothers and sisters. Blessed love.
Give thanks our honorable, beloved priesthood. So we give thanks. We heard from Sister Nanny. We heard from Sister Carida. And we heard from Honorable Priesthood. There's a 10-minute slot for Q&A. Is there a process where you join the queue? We want to know who is first. Redlocks, the Conganati, tell me who is first with their question. Any questions? We have only 10 minutes, so let's utilize the time available. Bless it. With a show of hands, and we join a queue. Any question coming forward to Sister Nanny, Sister Carida, Priesthood? If not, I take it that ones are satisfied. And we move on. Redlocks, help me with this. Any question coming forward?
Yes, blessed love. There's a raise of hand by
there's a raise of hand.
Baleka.
Yeah, man. Balika, go ahead, please.
Rastafari, greetings, everyone. Ras Ivai, it's good to see the eye. I think the last time I saw you was in Miami during the Diamond Jubilee, when everybody knew me as Ras Nathaniel. Good to see the eye again. I wanted to extend an invitation to the RMO to issue a letter of solidarity to President Traore. I was invited to be part of a delegation from June 22nd to July 6th as a special envoy representing Afro descendants. Is a Pan-African delegation whose mission is to establish a Friends of President Traore Afro-descendant and Pan-African support group with an office in Ouagadougou. I met with the president's administration almost exactly a year ago and helped to negotiate an agenda that had 3 items on it. The first was recognizing our right to return and citizenship, which I am happy to report Burkina Faso has moved forward on that and granted citizenship. The second agenda item was hosting an Ubuntu Pan-African Congress in which all the different factions in the Pan-African movement would agree to meet in Ouagadougou as the only place where a united Pan-African Congress could be held. And then the third issue was asking Burkina Faso to do for I and Afro descendants to do for I what South Africa did for the Palestinian people, which is to bring our reparations claims before the International Court of Justice.
Okay, my brother. I think we have overrun time. I was listening for the timekeeper, but certainly we can link up at another time to discuss further on this topic, giving someone else a chance to speak on the issues we presently have, and then we can go forward next time. Yeah. Breadlocks, you wanna invite the next person in, please? Thanks, Nathaniel.
Yeah, there's an EWFL 49.
Come in, brother, EWF.
I believe it is me. I know it's some other EWFL.
No, it's you, definitely. L49.
Yes, sir. In the States, and with brother from out with Ross, House of Sheba, been pushing for exemption under the indigenous status, that just as like the Native Americans, they have peyote, and peyote is their sacrament, but peyote is not listed in the drug things for a violation. They're able to deal with their peyote under an exemption status. So we've been pushing the construct that we should never ask for a license. The minute we ask for a license, we're telling them that they're giving us a privilege. We should always stand on exemption. So the main thing I was just wanting to ask is, are we in solidarity on standing on exemption? If we stand on exemption and solidarity, we cannot be moved. If a group of us are trying to get a privilege, then we're telling them that they have the right to govern us, that we have to make a decision. Are we going to stand under the solidarity and under the truth of His Imperial Majesty liberated us from their jurisdiction? And are we standing in that solidarity to uphold the reparative justice and for the sacramental rights? That was my question. Give thanks.
Okay, we have no more hands up at this point. Do we want to address those questions just put forward, please? Yes, Queen Mother Kerida, go ahead, please.
Give thanks to the chairs. Well, maybe just a quick one. Well, first to say that there will be the report from the Sacramental Committee, and maybe more on this will be there. But just quickly to say that absolutely the Advocacy Committee acknowledges that there is this issue of alignment with the indigenous people's agenda. There are different, it's a sensitive issue because indigenous culture means something different than indigenous persons to Jamaica. And there needs to be an internal coming on the same page, forwarding on the same page with how this is communicated and how the alignment. But clearly, because there are international conventions that deal with the sovereign rights of indigenous peoples, it is an important, very critical agenda that needs to have clarity of the network of the RMO member agencies, organizations. So it is now currently on the table. And just to say, more will be reported on this, and especially in light of the attorneys meeting that is to come up relating to the Rastafari Act, that in itself is pulling out these issues from anything else. It will be that anything that we are advocating for under the Act is in itself saying this is about sovereignty and about the need for a separate set of policies that govern the Rastafari nation. So give thanks. And I think the detail, Brother Breadlocks and Brother Ivi could be dealt with under the Sacramental Committee. Give thanks.
Give thanks, Sister Corrida. Breadlocks, we still have time for another input in Q&A.
Well, I don't see any hands now, but I also want to note that the Secretariat has noted the response from our first brother that presented in terms of the connection with the committee being sent to represent us here in the Caribbean, in the diaspora. So the Secretariat will surely continue the conversations, and an update will be given at the next RMO live Zoom meeting.
Give thanks. We might not have hands, but voices might be there. Who didn't
Ras
raise
Hein
a
and zero.
All right, here's another voice. Breadlocks, identify the voice.
Ras Hein. Ras Hein. Yeah, man, go ahead, please. Your hand is up. Ras Hein. Yes, I. Go ahead, please.
Greetings, Order. Rastafari bless. Aina is greeting the Order out of South Africa, Azania. I joined the meeting a bit late. Give thanks to Ras Nathaniel, who invited Aina, and linked Aina into the space, and I greet the Order, greet the ancients, greet the elders, the mothers, the fathers, all protocol observed. And I bless the ancients, bless Congo Ivi, bless even the ancient Nyabingi Order that I was here maybe a month ago or something like that, trotting with Aina ancients. Here in the Southern Cape, I'm living not too far from Knysna, Cape Town area. I was unfortunately not able to link up with the I due to my commitments in life. So, and I give thanks to can even be in the space out nationally with the family. And I just have two perspectives. I apologize for coming through so late. In terms of the and I just needed to get some insights from the INI with regards to the 6th region and the work they are busy with and the progress and how INI is benefiting from or being impacted from those outcomes. That the second issue is in terms of reparations of the land issue in Shashamane and just maybe also the blockages and the I know there's issues with the EWF and the local and the leadership and the issue of land, the reparations are issue of land, and then also the geopolitics happening within Ethiopia. I know a few, I think Ran and Ras Elijah and some people had something to going with Unite Ethiopia campaign. And then the last point is also just, I think, creating a progressive kind of alignment with what's happening in Burkina Faso is important in order even for the Rastafari movement to just realign itself towards a back to Africa agenda. There's a lack of, to an extent, the militarism, that I need to revive, the Pan-African worldview that I need to revive, and then also getting into the geopolitics and the research and the safety and security issues, etc. The nitty-gritties of these things. We see Babylon have them think tanks, their policy advisors, and I think I as Rastafari need to move into that space whereby we have a think tank or an institute internationally, globally, that can provide proper like research. Not that we are not doing it, but I think there's a need for consolidation, organized and centralized, as His Majesty did guide INI to do. So yeah, that is the 3-4 points INI. So if the elders, if the ancient council can just guide INI so that we can make the proper moves internationally, globally. Give thanks. Rastafari.
Give thanks. Give thanks. There's one more hand up, and then to the chair.
Prior to
Article.
us, brothers, our beloved brother there have a lot of concerns. You need to list them, send them into RMO so we can look at them, you know, intricately and see how we'll respond. But he has a lot of concerns there. Give thanks.
Definitely.
Our next presenter.
Well, we have one quick question before we move on. So I would just ask your guidance in that. We have an article that's ready. He had his hand up.
Yeah, man, give thanks. All protocol observed. Enough respect. As it relates to the Rastafari Act, are there plans to extend that act as far as protecting ones in the diaspora? Case in point, vaccination exemption. You know what I mean? I work at a school currently, and there was a case where I'm supposed to get a promotion even though I had the exemption. It's like you almost want to put me in a new category now. Forget the promotion even though I have the exemption already. And it's like, it's outside of the school. If I go to a private entity, at the same thing. If I travel, at the same thing. So it's almost like if you don't have your own business and an institute, equitable policies to anybody who have worked for you, it might as well just, I don't know, find some other way to survive. But yeah, that is a concern where I think the ones them should consider, like, we in the diaspora here as well, you know? Give thanks.
Yes, sorry. Honorable Chair.
Yeah, anyone want to respond to the bridging concerns?
Through the chair, yes. I want to find out from the brethren where specifically in the diaspora he is located, because he mentioned about being in the diaspora.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, okay. So I think first we will have to make some inroads in with the Rastafari Act itself locally. Yes, so that we can you know, then now see to, and if you're a member of an organization, are you?
No, you know.
Okay, so we also, as an umbrella organization, we would, you know, and you are in the diaspora. So we will really be looking into that though. But I am seeing where we have to make some progress locally and then use that as an example to assist you internationally.
And Sister Nanny, if I can say to my brother here, since he's in the USA, there's a Nyabingi house in New York who have been doing exemption letters, because there are many ones overseas, USA, who call to me seeking these exemption notices from our entities, our religious entities. And I've always pointed them to the Nyabingi order in Brooklyn. And these ones have always come up, even within the COVID time, submit letters of people getting back to their jobs and all, and going into schools. So if the brother can make some contact, I could give him a contact to.
What is the name of the entity? Give thanks.
In Brooklyn, and
yeah.
And they will get on to you in terms of proper representation on that behalf from USA itself. Yeah. You can take my number.
What is the
yeah. If you want to write my number down, it's 1-876 486 1724. Give
486-1724.
1724. Yes, I.
All right,
so anyone else? We can. I'm sure we can. So we can go on.
Through the chair, we have two more individuals, Knife and also Ras Aya.
And if they make it quick, we can entertain both. Go ahead.
All right, let me just say, I think there's a bigger thing coming out from the Virgin statement. It's about ensuring that when the RMO is preparing documentation, we are cognizant of the diaspora as a natural inclusion. So it's not even just about this issue. But once we are preparing a document, we just know that Rastafari is a global family, and therefore the document will try to address issues surrounding Rastafari wherever you are in the globe.
Give thanks, beloved Knife, for that clarity. So we broaden the scope, Sister Karida, Sister Nanny, RMO, knowing that we not only represent Rastafari on the island, but we have a global family looking forward for our representation.
Yes, sir. Ras Aya.
Fraternal love and greetings to the powers of His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen of Aswa. Give thanks for the greetings and the gathering what is here for farm meeting. And I from the shores of St. Kitts and Nevis in the Heights. I would like to ask, I heard one of the hygiene make a reference about a letter was given to the U.S. Embassy or the diplomat at that groundwork that was within the protest initiative, and I would like to know what the position towards in response of what the letter was delivered. Give thanks.
Sister Nani, Sister Karida, did we get a response from those two embassies, the French and the U.S. Embassy?
There was no response. We actually didn't really expect a response. Probably we would have to reach out now for an actual sit-down meeting. But I think there would need to be a regrouping as to what specifically now, in light of the developments, would be the exact ask. We have demonstrated and represented the voice of expecting pushback on all of the points given, and we can share the letter in terms of the points that were actually sent into them so that the community can really see what was put forward to them. But, these things are, they are big developments and governance issues that would need a lot more than just a letter, So the follow-up in terms of maybe a meeting is something that would need to be discussed forward. I think one thing that maybe wasn't highlighted as much by Priesthood was just the lesson learned from the ones who were commending the RMO, that they were taking up the charge on behalf of Jamaica, and that there was not really any visible display of other groups being represented there in very big, like massive outpouring. And so the importance of there being follow-up with the local groups who are Pan-African in its nature and mission to talk about now doing this together and not only as the RMO. So that maybe is a follow-up action that has been noted. Just on the vaccination issue, fully agreed with Brother Knife that it wasn't that this is not thought about, but as Sister Nanny is saying, it's a little step by step. But I think what could be done as a homework is to really share the vaccination exemption form, which has had a lot of merging of existing ones efforts that came out during COVID. And now what we could do is extend this further to the international community to see if there are additional points to strengthen the case. It's still a work in progress, but even that it could be used, I think it would be a very big victory to have one form being used by the international community, even though it may be led and stamped with the seal of the individual mansion or houses that the members would be asking for representation. So I think from a content point of view, that should be something that we should aim to do before the end of the year, having one form that anywhere you go in the world is the same thing being presented to the authorities. Give thanks.
And during those times, Sister Karida, I thought that we were on the back burner, because Barbados was way ahead. It was enacted in their laws that there is a right for exemption. And they had this exemption form long before GA authorized by the state. And it was being used in Barbados. I actually used copies of that to show that, yes, a precedent has been set in Barbados. And we know in USA, there have been a number of ones who did not go through what we were going through. So I thought that we were actually on the back burner. So we still give thanks that there's a global call, because we have our brothers and sisters in South America, in Africa, all over, that the same injustice we suffer here in some places, and now it starts on them. So we give thanks. We have to just be leaders and help our global families as much as we can in all their endeavors. Give thanks. Redlocks, any final person?
Yes, we're gonna seal with Queen Mother Moses. So she's the final one.
And I know she has a lot to say. I know you have a lot to say, Queen Mother, but please use a nutshell this time and tell us all that you have to say. Rastafari.
Highly blessed, very pleased with the unity that is being, reflected, because, that is the only solution. And when it comes to exemption, Empress of Zion and Ark Local, hello? Greetings?
Continue,
Are you all hearing me?
Yes, we're hearing you, sister. We're hearing
I am
you.
so sorry. My great granddaughter came in and touched the thing. Sorry, baby.
Go ahead.
All right. Yes, bless. So we've been doing exemption letter under Almighty Rastafari Kingdom. Ark Church, from the 90s in the USA and Atlanta, okay? Blessed love, we're talking about international now. So the RMO needs to be speaking with RCC, the Rastafari Continental Council. I am the deputy spokesperson and the Omega representative in the 6th region. Ras Jabelan is the Alpha representative for the 6th region. Of course, he's based between Zimbabwe and South Africa. And I'm based anywhere night catches me. Great works, blessed love. Oh, give thanks for the opportunity to have read the letter that was delivered to the U.S. Embassy and the French Embassy. And we went with the Marcus Messiah Garvey People Political Party President, Antoine Campbell, to the French Embassy. Blessed love, I'll bless.
Give thanks, Queen Mother, and give thanks for your consideration in time. My beloved brother, Redlocks, we have had a nice session, so we're going to move now into our next portion of our discussions. We give thanks so far that we have gone through and effect the timing. So we are down to our committees at this time, and we see a Sacramental committee, Rastafari Sacramental spaces and plans for the financing of RMO initiatives, and we call forward another hardworking brother, RMO, Ras Baya. Ras Baya, welcome to the platform, Rastafari.
Greetings. Greetings in the mighty name of His Imperial Majesty. Then Empress Nanny. We do give thanks and praises, We give thanks to see, especially the global family coming together. Give thanks for the ones from the diaspora, the ones from North and South America, Europe, and especially the ones coming in from Africa. So our initiative is to even gather I family in Jamaica, setting ourselves in order of unification, that I can extend this unification across the globe. So we give thanks for the guidance of the ones them set speed. I hear the questions them and I hear the comments. I hear great things happening and I hear the ones them who are participating, sharing very loud, So I just putting ourselves together, putting our houses together that we can represent even the IDEB on a full international platform. So we give thanks to all listeners and participants of this forum. So let's talk about the business of ganja. We are at the business of ganja. So we start by saying the stories are still being told of the atrocities, social disorientation, prison sentences, mental illness, bloodshed, and death to the Rastafari people for our relationship with ganja. Raga, Rastafari and Grassroots Ganja Association, which is the Sacramental ganja arm of the RMO. It was first created after the Dangerous Drug Amendment Act of 2015. Our aims and principles were set up to, one, protect and sensitize the Rastafari community and our grassroots affiliates and our ganja rights. To organize and centralize groups and individuals within the Rastafari ganja ecosystem. To create sharing packages to our legacy mansions, our Rastafari organizations, individuals in need, and for the development of our central organization, so to execute and manage the affairs of the Rastafari community, known as fulfilling the creed. The purpose of this ecosystem is to service the Rastafari community needs by mapping available resources to fit the demands of the community. We are working also to further strengthen these closed-loop systems that it can work for the community. The works of the organization. A document has been created called the Rastafari Ganja Ecosystem, which has been replicated from the major role that ganja played in the living of the Rastafari people over time. From the ecosystem and how I is represented in the Dangerous Drug Amendment Act of 2015, a number of protocols were enacted, namely the Cultivation Protocol, the Sacred Space Protocol, the Exempt Event Protocol, Security Protocol, an identification system, and a certificate for members who have met the standards of these protocols. Several engagements have been made with the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of National Security, and the Ministry of Culture in securing the recognition and upkeep of the Rastafari ganja rights. From such engagements, over 50 cultivation spaces has received gazetted letters to authorize ganja cultivation. Our exempt events comes naturally while we stage our traditional Rastafari celebrations, and also to greater economic experiences. We were exempted for the Rastafari Roots Fest, an exempt Rastafari Village at Sunfest 2018, the Ganja Village at Rebel Salute yearly, and other events. Now, from the mapping of the Rastafari ecosystem, we have identified to date over 160 spaces which are known Rastafari sacred spaces. These are spaces where ganja is also distributed in a closed loop system, where ganja is supplied from the Sacramental farms to those sacred spaces, then distributed to the wider Rastafari community members for a contribution. RMO and Raga is seeing this system as one that can become of great service to the needs of the Rastafari community, in economics, education, health and wellness, construction, and other viable industries. As His Imperial Majesty would consistently emphasize the importance of both material and spiritual progress, we are taking this opportunity to do the same.
From mine.
Yeah, give thanks. So we, as the RMO and the Sacramental arm, which is Raga, is putting together these programs to fit I development in all areas. So we are starting here in Jamaica. You know, it's been a challenge. We're still facing uphill tasks, especially, you know, with the police force. You know, we still have to go to court with ones. You know, it is so great that we have had many success stories in that regard, you know, especially when I can go back into the police station and collect the ganja. That is a great thing that has happened amongst I. You know, so we are looking forward, especially now, to use this opportunity to guide I self in the development of all that we are doing now, especially to develop I organizations that we can better serve the community in all our endeavors. You know, so we give thanks for the ones, you know, who are here, you know, putting their works in. We have been here for a very long time, nights, upon nights working. The committees has been working. The executive body has been working. The administrative force has been working. Even outsiders, ones who are, you know, seeing I within great potential, is putting in their efforts, you know, to build I community. Yeah, so we encourage and full encourage the ones them, you know, to be a full part of what is happening now. This is the time. This is the time for us to come together. You know, in the past, we were wondering how can Rastafari people come together to make, you know, ourselves have one voice. It was very difficult until now. This formulation has come to I that, you know, up to 14 mansions, organizations can sign together to bring such an action that I can be, you know, part of a full unification going forward. So I praise, you know, the workforce of the RMO and all its committees and those internationally who are, you know, looking forward, which, you know, and what I is doing, you know, to put in all that they can to help this cause. We are not just only going to have this program for this month. There will be many other programs. Every month, there will be a RMO program, maybe a RMO live or a full, you know, presentation, which is what we usually have, like, you know, finding a space and putting this presentation together that it can be, you know, at a space, you know. But we do give thanks, you know, keep supporting the cause and let us unite for the same cause. Blessed love, give thanks to the chair.
Give thanks,
Yes,
Ras. Give thanks. We do give thanks, and I know when the item do these things, you know, these kind of victories you mention of where a court can rule, say, the police to go back or give the Rastaman in £2 a weed in the tech way. These kind of victories must be televised. It is said that the revolution now going to be televised, but you see them victories, yeah? These victories must be televised, and when we do it, we smile in honor of the elder patriarchs and matriarchs who suffered and died in prison, do some long sentence and holy brutalization just for a sacramental smoke and end up with criminal records. So we do give thanks. So I know there's a question and answer segment. I know there might be others wanting to ask the question. So our beloved Breadlocks behind the controls, tell me who have the question up.
All right, we're at it again. Let's see what's going on. Please raise your hands so we can be able to see. Yep. All right, looking here.
Ras Aya and
Ras
Race.
Aya. Ras Aya, go ahead, please.
Give thanks, my brethren, and give thanks to the family again. Just a question I would like to really emphasize on. I will really see much of the level that we penetrating towards, as I heard one presenter talk about the jogger, but I ain't see the hygiene who just make this presentation give emphasis about this jogger that being a hurdle against the herb in all our communities and even on an international stage that we are relevantly seeing where people are still being victimized and being discarded to the use of herb. So we like to say we need to challenge the international arena and even our local on this aspect because the narcotic drug agency is a disaster to her.
Give thanks, Ras Aya. Next in line, Ras Dreadlocks. We have next.
Don't see any more hands up at this point.
If there's no more hands, but there's a person wanting to ask a question, just go with it quickly, that we can move on. If not, we're going to say thanks to Ras Baya for an article presentation on Sacramental herb and all that it took to really get things where it is at the moment and where we need to go in terms of our rights to not just sacramental ganja, because the law indicate that we have a right to ganja, yeah, a possession of ganja, not just for sacramental use, but we have a right to possession under Section 7C2 of the Amendment Act of 2015. So we have two rights with sacramental rights and to possess, because sometimes we look on it in a family. Them allow us, everybody in Jamaica is allowed 5 plants. But when the 5 plants become 20 pounds, you can't move it from your place of planting to your home. Because sometimes your home is not really the place where you can plant, because you might live in a concrete jungle. And you go into a farming community to plant your 5 plants. How do you transport it legally from your home to from the place of gardening to your home? And we are talking the average Jamaican now. Because even as Rasta, we have to defend the rights of the average people. Because we are the institution for one and same. Because we smoke a plant or use a plant that Almighty Jah gave to man.
Yeah,
So,
Dr. Knife has his hand up. Kadamawe Knife has his hand up. And remember, this is the question and answers followed by Neville Forrester.
All right, I make 2 points quickly. Seeing one we need to address. I talked to Marshall this morning about it. It's about how I as Rastafari move with herb to the region. Seeing and it's crucial because I travel to the region. The ones them plant food and them one them plant herb. I don't want them herb to use. Because my plant like them plant conventional food with beer pesticide and fertilizer and all kind of things on it. Seeing so something that we need to address. Carida, I think so we should talk to the CARICOM Deputy General Secretary and things still. Seeing and the CCJ that says that people as Rastafari should be able to move herb across the Caribbean. That's the 2 ounces if you want, without any kind of hassle and things, because that is something allowed across different Caribbean territories as well. So a man can have 2 ounces of herb. The second point now still links into the first one with Raga. Because we have enough people who are registered ganja farmers. See, but again, as I said, Virgin, when it comes to health and safety standards and environmental standards and things, but still find the people them have the same bad habit to them using planting food, them using planting herb. And this is more serious when it comes to herb because of all the ganja plant state map exactly onto your system. So they put any kind of hazardous, highly hazardous chemicals on that plant. It's going to wreck into people's system and it's going to mess them up. See? So an agenda of Raga should be, if not already existing, as we have pushed through RMO, is that the people have got to transition to ital herb and ital food. See, I was making that statement out there now, and as it relates to the sacramental thing, if the herb and ital, it can't be sacrament either. Just if make them point.
Yes, we have next, I think it was a Neville or somebody that had his hand up.
Great luck.
Thank you. Thank
you. Just hold on 1 little second. Brother Knife does not want to see. May I tell Brother Knife, very, very important statement. Yes, I. So, you have one other person before we have the interlude?
Yes, I saw one hand up. It's not
Yes,
there. It's go ahead, please.
Yeah, Rasmaya. Yeah, man, give thanks. I heard, you know, Knife mentioning about the you know, how we could two things about planting of herb at our house, like the regular Jamaican people who have the opportunity to plant 5 plants. There's something in the law that is still in existence, which we are also lobbying against for them to change this. For persons who possess over 8 ounces of herb can be charged for dealing. I know you have 5 plants in your yard that grow, and you can grow 5 plants 4 or 5 times in the year. And if you don't use this herb or sell this herb or whatever with this herb, you can accumulate pounds and pounds, over 20, 30 pounds. So if the policeman come at your yard, he will lock you up because you have more than ½ pound. It's a silly move, right? So, you know, that is one. But I still, as Raga, still lobbying to change that part of what's happening. So the next thing is that, you know, we're working together with another committee, we call it Business Development Committee, to put together a ITAL standard. So this ITAL standard will be introduced. We're already introducing an organic standard to the ones who out there doing the sacramental herbs. You know, so we are moving from a conventional style of cultivation, which is the fertilizer and the pesticide and the insecticide and these things. And we are moving to at least organic standard, which ones have already adopted this standard. So it's for us now, as I said, working through with the Business Development Committee from the RMO, I putting together the ITAL standard that we can do workshop and these things across our membership, that the ones them can adopt a full ITAL certification standard that I can even push it on an international level. Yes, so give thanks. Blessed love.
Enough love and blessings, Rasbaya. Very important. At this time, we're going close to a musical interlude. I'm asking ones monitoring the chat. There are some questions there that ones could take this time to answer some of these important questions that can be addressed now. One, I see if one could mention the 4 signatories to the RMO and others. And the others who want to say something where now is not the time. We are past that time for the Q&A. So Breadlocks, a little musical interlude, and then we get forward to the next portion, which will start with our business committee. Rastafari, Breadlocks.
Eyes is eye. The following feature is one presented by the Association of Rastafari Creatives. Our member, Abebe Payne. Give thanks.
Bless all the rebels, all the soldiers, all the ancients before I was done this work, were paid in blood and sweat for I liberation. So we give thanks for emancipation, because emancipation marks the conceding of white supremacy, that black people should have them rights as them human rights for freedom of movement and freedom of access, you know, natural. However, independence was granted to us by the British monarch, and yet they maintain that the Queen should be our head of state. So in fact, I find independence to be an illegitimate concept where Jamaica is concerned. But it's very important that we should maintain and respect and honor those liberators that has gone before us and fought for our liberation in this time. So I give thanks to for the ones them, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Sam Sharp, Paul Bogle, Sister Nanny, All of them, man. Whole heap of strength and honor. Where I rebels them there. True rebels last bebel already. Take to the hills. Come we till the dirty. Evacuate the state of emergency. Some nasty influences a flood we city. Youths plug into the cable, regurgitate where them a see. I fi protect my baby. Dogs pon the hunt to secure money. Now have no sympathy. Siren only bring insecurity. No warrant, them wrong. Your slave laws don't apply to me. Pure craft them a give pass. A Greco-Roman school. Ya fetch masters money. School loans, car loans, mortgages. You're not independent until we achieve food security. Not your roots from pinnacle. Go my locks, no argument. My altitude, far from idle. I feel of endeavors until I sip. What kind of orientation a go on a school? Not in a ramp. Is who them want recruit. You could have sent all your troops. You can't uproot. I pinnacle roots. Where I rebels them there. For certainty say. Rome nah get where deny Garvey entry to Liberia is so them deny your visa up till today. Meantime, spring breakers regular the tropics. You turn it there. Go on like you know say Rome want kill we off over the years. Rasta camp them raid. So how them want friend we know? All police ablaze. You cut down I kush. You now cultivate civilization. You give up I continent now for which island? Burn a bossy slave. The class system create, same way the plantation operate. Police get paid for make sure the field slave behave. And it never change. Not your roots from pinnacle. Grow my locks, no argument. My attitude, far from idle. I feel of endeavors until I sip. What kind of orientation I go on a school? Not to do a ramp. Is who them want recruit. You could have sent all your troops. You can't uproot. I pinnacle roots. Where I rebels them there. And a rebel no fenke. Pelt and wet skins make fever pitch over the governor. God knows while drop the ayayingi and knock. Rise the emperor banner. Pan-African standard. You know, sight bossy slave take oath to a pirate flag. Go and report to the enemy. In cabal with Janakins Pitney. Bring in big wigs for buy off for prime beachfront properties. Fence off a beach from we communities. We can't even pass customs without some form of assault. Mean a rapid and a chant bingy. Not a barefoot, not a bare face. Forever bear me ancestry. Blood no dilute. Forever dispute white supremacy. I spread them disease and debauchery, a commercial culture, pure sellout.
The following is brought to you by the Association of Rastafari Creatives. At this time, we continue with the meeting. We ask that the chair take it from here, yes? Give thanks.
Yes, beloved, we do give thanks. We hear again a nice interlude. So we do give thanks and looking forward now for another segment whereby we can continue to educate as we have been doing since, yeah? Rastafari. So we are down to business committee, ITAL certification. So, Brother Knife, the eye is here. I'm not sure if both of the item, no, it's a different 10 minutes. So, ITAL certification, one of we export activity and other great things at the UWI and within the Rasta community. Brother Kadamawe Knife to the platform.
I'm going to move in real quickly. See it? Give thanks to the gathering. Yeah, we know say self-reliance and collective security that are the fundamental principles Rastafari. And so in developing business strategies, we created a strategic framework using a tool we call a theory of change, which simply means you move from what your vision is to actually manifesting that vision. But of course, everything I'm within a context, and so it have anchored also within the philosophy which governs the I live, which of course is self-reliance and collective security. I will start with one of my favorite words from Haile Selassie surrounding agriculture, called advance food, health, and wealth sovereignty. And it's a very popular speech that people know of. So everything comes from out of agriculture as a fundamental principle within that speech. See, so only when you establish that kind of solid foundation, you can look towards the future with confidence. So the vision surrounding the theory of change, again, is anchored in the philosophy and the creed of Rastafari. I must say, a vision is broad, you know. And so it states quite clearly, you want to develop an institutional framework that fulfills the Rastafari creed. Hunger be fed, naked be clothed, sick be nourished, age protected, and the infants cared for. And this, again, if you know, maps onto what the global imperatives are currently, as reflected in the Sustainable Development Goals. And most countries development goals. First couple of them being that you want zero hunger, you want zero poverty, and people must have access to clean sanitation and water, gender equality, and protection of the environment. The mission, note the mission, which is more narrow, speaks to establishing a sustainable dynamic for development through creating what we call relevant institutions that support food, health, and wealth security / sovereignty in keeping the creed of Rastafari, sustained by robust and inclusive enterprise system. So we are talking about robust and inclusive. And we know there are a couple of things that Rastafari naturally have, what we have to focus on. Agriculture, and we know the king of the plants in agriculture is ganja, which is the biggest part of agriculture business. Seeing? But there's also general agriculture to meet the normal demands and for people out there. And there's an area surrounding intellectual property rights. And when you look at the theory of change, it actually captures and emphasizes those three key areas, as you see on the document right there. Seeing? So we have broad goals. I will now go through all this thing here. The broad goals surrounding food and water, security and sovereignty. Ensuring that Rastafari is really engaged and dominates the ganja industry in a local space and globally as well. And also to appropriate what we can do from the intellectual property, because we know how important Rastafari brand is. I'm going to say Marcus, I'm going to speak more heavily on this thing relating to intellectual property. Just bear in mind, so I know amongst we have two of the lead IP specialists out there. One is Marcus and the next one is Kwasi. So I don't find any shortage of the skill set amongst I to manifest these things. See? Now this document was and is to be shared so people can get it. So we're now going to run through the document just for you to see what the methodology is like though. So we'll see clear what the mission is, what the vision is. But importantly, you need to know what are your inputs that you are going to use to attain whatever goal you are going to attain. For in this case, food and water sovereignty. Usually falls in land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship. But the key is that once you get the resources, you must implement certain activities, and all these are detailed for all three goals. And you're expected what we call outputs. Means if you say you have a plant herb, and you have a plant 1,000 pound of herb, the output is that you have 1,000 pound of herb. But planting 1,000 pound of herb as an output, what do we get from that? Because now plant every planting herb, so you can plant herb to make money. So it is fair to assume, say, planting the herb, we are going to sell the herb, which means that we generate an income, what we call an outcome. And the impact of that will be now to use that kind of money to sustain the liberty of Rastafari as based on the creed. I'm just saying this in that kind of generalized form. So when one get the document, you can actually read it. But this is done for all three areas of agriculture generally, ganja specifically, and intellectual property. And I think this now speaks to the importance of what Raga is doing, but also the general shift in the mindset of I towards ganja and ganja as a business. See, ganja as a business. And that is where the ITAL certification actually comes in. Because when you're doing business, you must have what is called a unique differentiation strategy. And also the fact that ganja is a plant that I use for general liberty, and some people refer to it as a sacrament. In reality, Rastafari always speak to ITAL liberty. So if you are talking about engaging in business, whether it be through traditional agriculture or through the ganja business, ensuring that the products go beyond organic, because organic, I know is an organic farm inspector, and a number of Virgin Marshall is also an organic farm inspector. Organic allow things on the plants that I would not consume either. Seeing? So know that ITAL goes far, far ahead of what is called organic. And so we're developing a standard. Right now, we're writing up that standard to be shared quite soon. Seeing? And that standard captures all the different components that we can think about in terms of what is required for a standard internationally. That technical process is being led by Marshall Emmanuel. Dr. Emmanuel has been featured in the top 20 persons globally by Leaf in terms of who are important in the ganja industry globally. Seeing, and the man do all of the work, breed the seeds. So from the idea of the germplasm to the final product, we have one of the leading specialists globally, if not the lead globally as far as I am concerned, who's guiding what we'll do with the standard. Yes? So to support this theory of change, we also have to create a very robust implementation plan. Because again, a good idea not implemented only remains as an idea. And I'm showing this for you to know that these documentations have been created and things still. Seeing? So we're not just doing the thing of our top of it, however, clear documentations that supports what we have identified in the theory of change. But the most crucial element, I think, though, that you should also see, is the fact that we create a business model canvas for what we are doing in terms of the ITAL standard, the ganja, the herb, the food, and of course, the IP. Because again, the philosophy is that a self-reliance you're dealing with. Collective security is $1,000 for a pound of herb that I plant. Right now we are there, so I am Marshall. Wholesale, $1,000. $1,000 a pound. And many people on this platform can tell you, seeing, if you plant just a square herb, about 300 plants that in the square. Seeing 300 plants. And if the average plant give 2 ounces of herb, that are 16 plants, give 2 ounces of herb. If you divide 300 by 16, you probably get like 18 pounds, 18 like something about 18. That is $18,000 you can make in 3 months. So I know as far as I know, joke thing when it comes on this ganja business. Ganja is a business. You're not discussing nothing about no Sacramental, no life of a plant or urban or virgin. Not into that discussion. All I am saying is that I as Rastafari people who have the space and the place to do it, plant herb. RMO as an organization need to plant enough ganja. Raga need to do the same. Every Rastafari organization in Jamaica have a plant, but you're not talking to no police, no guy, no government to about any license to do so. You don't have no discussion about selling herb either, because in reality, note, there's a local market that the state cannot control that requires good, clean herb. That is I stands on it. Good, clean herb. Whether you want to go into medical ganja or not, that is not really my business. But I'm saying there's an existing ganja business global in the region that Rastafari have a responsibility to ensure them have clean herb to use. And so when we're creating the standard, we say we're creating the standard to support that kind of mechanism, but it also allows us to engage in any other form of business along the value chain. And note that once somebody don't give you a bill or a receipt, say them buy something from it, is not a sale. So you can always give herb and a man make a donation and you put it in the development account. And we can have a next discussion surrounding that. But in reality, just in closing, because I'm only have 2 seconds, the Business Development Committee have 3 primary areas of focus for business development. Agriculture generally, ganja more specifically, and intellectual property. We have developed all the documents that are relevant for these businesses. Seeing the move of the implementation plan, we have the business model. The move now is to go ahead and start the businesses, the actual businesses, as an organization, as an RMO. Yes, I think that is where we are. But bear in mind that you have members of the RMO, as identified by Raga and other people, who are already in the business of planting, but the organization itself must establish clear planting spaces where I planting ganja as business. And that is where I will stop. 10 minutes and 52 seconds. Give thanks.
Love and blessings, Rastafari. Give thanks, Brother Knife, your article presentation on the business aspect of I&I moving forward. I'm not sure if our beloved brother Rasimba, who wanted to ask a question earlier, and Brother Neville Forrester, if it relates to anything that Brother Knife had said, or there was anything on ganja or whatever the item had wanted to say earlier and did not get through. So Breadlocks are Rasimba and Neville Foster, while others prepare their questions for Kadamawe Knife. And Neville Foster, if you're muted, you can open up. Rasimba. If not, we can just go right into questions for Brother Knife.
Hey, Rastafari.
Yeah, blessed I. Introduce yourself.
Blessings and love, Rastafari. Rasimba from Barbados.
Yes, sir. Give thanks, Rasimba.
Give thanks for being here. I was trying to work out the methodology of raising my hands. I wanted to ask a question, but this was directed to Brother Knife, Ras Knife, when he was speaking about creating a standard for moving ganja, for one's moving ganja throughout the region. I wanted to know how that would apply to a space like Barbados, where there is no legal access for Rastafari or anyone else to the plant. The most we have here is a fine for possession of any ganja less than 15 grams. So, that's like a quarter ounce.
Yeah.
Right now, as it stands, as ones may know, I have been going to court for the better part of 5 years on a constitutional motion against the Attorney General. In 2019, Barbados was given a Sacramental Act. And within this act, it says that only adherents of the Rastafari movement or faith may apply to the Attorney General's office for permission to use and to cultivate cannabis at a place of worship. But this does not include the Rastafari home.
Yeah.
Right? So I am in court saying that my constitution is being violated, right, by the exclusion, right? Because there are many races in Barbados who don't belong to a mansion.
Exactly.
Right? Also, so my case is concluded. The judge now has 6 months. But the main concern of the state is then what will stop me from, as Rastafari, from selling the herb if I am given my full constitution and human right to be able to cultivate and use herb in the privacy of my home, right? And which I said, when I took the stand, that if the court could name another religious implement or tool that wasn't sold, down to the Bible, the rosary, crosses, and their main concern now, they're saying, is then how does the state identify a one as Rastafari? Remember, I said that when you go to apply, they're saying only adherents of the Rastafari faith. But my question to the IRAS, right? When it comes to a space like Barbados, and I want to travel through Barbados now with 2 ounces, because I understand that CARICOM wants to standardize the amount, the traveling amount. When Rastafari, how do you travel through a space as Rastafari with allowance of 2 ounces when the Rastas in that space are not even allowed a seed? So I want to know within the international representation of Rastafari, what can be done? And it is good to see the eye again, Ras. Blessings and love. Ailey.
And there I speak to the heart of the problem. That's why I myself have use a regional approach, because you see, different islands, this all we know. It's people that make decisions. Some people more forward thinking, some people more backward thinking. And if you look at how the legislations are being done in Antigua, where the Prime Minister was a man who close to Rastafari, and behavior is very different from what is done in Barbados, which is little England, despite the fact that we know that me and my uncle was a big Pan-Africanist virgin. So I'm saying that across each and the individual is going to determine it based on the backwardness or the founders of them thinking. And so use a regional approach then as against national island approach. Just as how we are saying need one passport for travel through the Caribbean. Why would you have one law governing how I as far as move across the region, how I deal with urban things still? So I think so once it is done at a regional level now, the people at the national, especially me and Mali, who like to position herself as a regionalist, she'll have to confirm and make sure that the laws in Barbados reflect that. However, there's a bigger point that was made earlier by a virgin. As Rastafari met the man knows, I'm not seeking permission from the island to use herb either. And that is something we collectively as Rastafari I actually have to do. So, well, you know, look, war with people, but I know so you can't make I live legal or illegal. You can't make me live legal or illegal. And I was never asked permission to live how I live before when it was not being contemplated about ganja Europe. So why am I asking permission at this point in time? So,
but that is part of the case, because I am saying within the case, it is a violation of my constitutional right to have to apply for my constitutional right. I cannot apply for what is my constitutional right. So that is in itself, that is a violation of my right.
Those are 2 ways. 2 ways. I think a regional agenda is important, so we can just address the whole thing across the Caribbean as against doing island by island. But additionally, laws are changed based on actions of people. And I think say I as Rastafari truly have been compromising across the Caribbean when it comes to this thing here about herb and these government guys. And we grow with them on the campus. I know nothing of some punk and some coward to them that know real nothing about them. And I say, why I never ask them guys for permission? See? But I'm saying Rastafari have to know say advocacy through practice and liberty are gonna be very important. And there's nothing where a man can say in terms of the research that can justify them kind of hesitation, which is just based on cowardice. You know, say, Virgin, people for use herb as them want. Marshall just come from Thailand. I hope they make a comment. And I'm sure I say in Thailand, when I'm going through the airport to the herb, the man just look on the herb and say to him, say, why, Marshall? Nothing wrong with the herb, but you can't go on the plane with a lighter. And there's 63 million people that now in Thailand. And you can walk with any amount of herb you want to walk with. As a matter of fact, in Thailand, herb is also called ganja, like in Jamaica. So the point I'm making is that it's a backward mindset of individual and governments that cause all these confusion. If you use a regional approach, seeing, and say herb, this is what happens with herb with Caribbean people, it makes it easier for people to conform to make adjustment at national level. But my own thing is that far right people just do things with herb. If I forgot to go quote. But we not seek permission from a guy if you use herb or sell herb or plant herb. And that is my personal stance. And then the position for you say I just do what I have to do, you know?
Give thanks, family Rasimba. Give thanks, keep the struggle, keep the fight going. So when we look at it and hearing the both discussions now, it seems we have to approach this thing from a CARICOM level if we are talking about the Caribbean and then from a next global level. level as relates to Barbados right now is a CARICOM level, because the women fancy of different prime ministers because of their own upbringing and acquaintance with the struggle should not determine what the law is across the board for Rastafari. But continue to fight Simba. Marcus Goffe is here on the ground as one of the attorneys and others on the ground, where the item need for forge a unity in terms of how we approach this thing for the rights of Rastafari, as presented from a Barbados standpoint just now, and then from a CARICOM level to ensure say the region upon one plate, then we take it globally. Anyone else for questions? Kadamawe Knife just concluded his presentation.
Yeah, 4 hands.
Ras Breadlocks, who we have now? Just unmute and go forward. Introduce yourself and go forward.
Yeah, Sister Cheryl, you have guy.
Yeah,
yes,
good thanks, Ras Knife. And I agree with everything Ras Knife said. Tremendous amount of respect for the work that he's doing, boots on the ground, and making sure we have this benefit, privileged access points that we deserve as Rastafari. I just want to make a couple points with regards to Ross Simba's question. First of all, what he's describing is not very different from what medical patients have as a challenge in the United States, because every state's law is different as well. So medical patients going from one state to the next state don't have access to their medical. So I know Sacramental is very separate, but it's a similar experience for the, except for the religious and faith-based aspects of it. So I just want to highlight that this is a global problem that needs to be resolved, not just for Rastafari, but for all ganja consuming community. Aside from that, there are two things at play here. One is access to the plans. And the second thing is harm reduction, making sure people are harmed by incarceration charges, loss of employment, et cetera, and so on. So that's how we approach it. We know it's going to take a lot of work. We know that it's going to be a step-by-step process. I think we're absolutely right with the approach that this has to be a CARICOM-raised concern and issue. And I think it also needs to be a coalition of ministers of justice throughout the region as well. When in May 2017, I was on stage at the Pegasus with Minister Chuck, Minister, Senator, and now opposition leader Golding, and this question came up, the same question Ras asked as far as, well, how do you identify yourself as Rastafari for this type of travel, or even for the use? At that time, we were more focused on being able to have access for use, participating in these festivals, the Ganja Rastafari festivals, et cetera, and so on. And Minister Chuck's response at that time was, the way it's been designed, and also Minister Golding, the way it's designed, it is a self-identifying. Rastafari, from the perspective of government, is self-identifying. So it's not like a card-carrying type of thing. You self-identify. So, Minister Chuck, in that instance, indicated that he was taking a very liberal view to who's Rastafari, who's not Rastafari, and actually was discouraging, questioning that, because we have the benefit of them not saying we need something very narrowly focused to identify Rastafari. We don't want that because Rastafari is free. So I just wanted to highlight that from a Minister of Justice perspective, and in Jamaica, of course, the Minister of Justice is over Sacramental based on the Amendment to the Dangerous Drugs Act. It's a liberal approach that has been taken as far as who identifies as Rastafari and who's not Rastafari. What we need to do is encourage, Minister Chuck and the Ministry of Justice to lead the way and evangelize throughout the region as a coalition of ministers of justice until we have the next level of reform that we're seeking, where, but the ministers of justice need to be on the same page throughout the region with this liberal approach to who is Rastafari, who's not Rastafari, and then specifically specifically address the two issues of one, access, and two, harm reduction, making sure no more Rastafari have been harmed by incarceration, arrest, loss of employment, profiling, etc. So give thanks to these leaders.
To the chair.
Honorable.
Yes.
So Dreadlocks, is there anyone else, or we are in for time because we had 10 minutes allotted there?
We do have a few persons line up from what I've seen here. Bongo Wisely, Marcus Goff. There's also EWFL 49. And I
Can
think
they
Chief,
if they can quickly pack it into 3 minutes, then probably, I'm not sure, or 2 minutes.
yeah, man,
Because I
Chief
think-
Ayatongo. So just let us do it very quickly, please. Yes. And please note, persons, we are taking a note of what you're saying, and we will be in contact with you. So please make yourself available for further discussions. Yeah. So
there's a brother Kimati from the UK. He says he's a human rights attorney and immigration attorney, and we still would like to hear from him in terms of work that he has done in relation to Rastafari rights in the UK, Sacramental ganja rights, to see how he can help us. So he
Yes,
can probably drop it in the chat, and we can take it from there.
Yes,
so in the queue next, and we're asking all others not on presentation to mute your mic for better clarity. So who's next, Redlocks?
EWFL 49.
Yes, I give thanks. I wanted to speak to the point where we're speaking about protecting our intellectual property and how do we go into business. Well, we've been looking for solidarity and also a program that protects our youth and our next generations. We see that there's a culture called what they call it exotic drug culture. Exotic drug culture is associated with dispensaries and so forth. As I move forth, we should separate ourselves from such operations by creating only healing centers. We should not be associated in the exotic commercial drug operations. That way, then we're not being defined as recreation. Nothing we do is recreational. We do spiritual, we do healing. It is the healing of the nations. We should never allow them to define it as recreational, for it is not recreational. So when we order or organize for our businesses, they should be healing centers. Healing centers where we have a standard, we can have a nurse on board, we can have counselors on board and so forth to talk to the youth that want to take part in the sacrament, seeing if they're dealing with anxiety and so forth. So we're collecting data. We're preparing the proper operations for our healing and operations. So I just hope that those are some of the things that's on the table. Also under standardization, we should also be looking to do, you know how the Muslims have halal, the Jews have kosher. We should collectively be making a symbol to represent ITIL, and thereby there will be a licensing for it. The licensing for companies that want to use the ITIL system would have to pay for that. So we would be able to protect the intellectual property of even saying like the superfoods and things that are coming out in the cultural aspects that commercials steal. We have to be able to separate ourselves from others. So we should be creating something like a kosher system. So that we could be able to license and protect the ITIL intellectual property. Give thanks.
Redlocks, I'm looking at time, and I see where we could invite our beloved brother Marcus to speak on IP rights, and hope that the other questions that can flow will come from what Knife said in relation to IP rights and how we go from here. So, Brother Marcus.
Yes, please. And just a reminder to persons, we have worked out the technical difficulties for persons to be a part of the Zoom meeting. We are now asking persons to send out back just the link so individuals are able to join. Please, yes. So for those persons who are messaging and saying that they were not able to come on at one point, I myself have just signed off and signed back on. So please go ahead and just send out those messages for them to join us, right? Give thanks to the chair.
Yes, Breadlocks, we are about on events committee time, but we have not heard from our IP rep, Marcus Goffe. So we invited Marcus Goffe to just come in and see how we can tie in some questions and seal that portion on our business committee. Brother Marcus.
Yes, first of giving thanks. Yes, sir. Yes, family. Yes, RMO from Rastafari family here on fire. Yes, nice to see everyone here this afternoon and the reasoning on these important topics. Give thanks. That's what Bongo wise the hand up. So yes, but yeah, we want to talk about just to merge really, the work of RMO at different levels. So I want to talk about the ganja since I was just talking about it a while ago. I want to make a few points on the ganja segue. I want to say that I think right now is that ganja reparatory, justice door Rastafari for the walk through at this moment in time. Because we know so we got through all the atrocities of the past, we know behind them go through at this point in time of opportunity to go forward, in the context of organizing, right, centralizing, and being able to use, yes, herb freely as an economic base, social, cultural, spiritual base and foundation it always was. Now we have the criminal law off our back for the most part. I think it is important. I think on the Caribbean level, Caribbean, and here they are a Simba, and other ones going through a lot of different aspects of struggle with ganja in the Caribbean, Otherwise, yes, and I want to work together in the Caribbean because we have a similar legal framework, similar colonial history, and right now a similar decriminalized law, right? Primarily following the Jamaican model in the Caribbean. And so I think, working through organizations, RMO and Caribbean Rastafari organizations, CRO and others, we can really make a push to the Caribbean governments to free up the herb properly, Rastafari community from the regional level. Important, and I think that now we have a chance and a space to talk freely without having to feel in a way and to, have, I must say, the criminal law and other ones, in society, feel offended. I think it's the time to put forward a regional framework for proper movement of Sacrament within the Caribbean freely, personally, and from organizational mansion to organizational mansion, through the customs and these immigration challenges that we're having still. We've seen it in Raga, some of the freeing that need to occur. We still see ones having them herb take away at certain borders, and these things need to stop because I'm saying with a regional and international family, and herb need to be able to move from South Africa, St. Vincent, Antigua, Grenada, Comayard, and Koto, same way. Big up was in South Africa, same way as Prince, Rastafari lawyer as Prince in Africa, I work over there from them time there. I've been in touch recently. I think we need to also, on an international level, organizing for Rastafari, ganja, reparations. Because the whole of Rastafari community everywhere we are go through the same criminalization for ganja, on these false basis of lies and such. And so justice is deserving in the law and the policies, and within, of course, the economic structures going forward as well, important, So within economic structure going forward now, within the development committee, intellectual property is a foundation, we have to, I think, as a family, come to some element of collective structure and management around. You know what I mean? It's important because Rastafari, collective security is coming from being able to, yes, control some of our cultural expressions, which have been monetized by others outside of the community without little or no benefit to I. If you go up online and Google Rasta belt or Rasta style, anything, red, gold, and green, from clothes, shoes, I mean, say, hair products, the gamut is far and wide, not to mention no Rastafari ganja products, millions upon billions of hits online. Much of those products made in China, made elsewhere, no Rastafari connection whatsoever. Rastafari not benefiting from the attractiveness of I culture, where I maintain through all the sacrifice of I chants them. So it's only through a structure, a collective structure, a Rastafari community can put in place, will we be able to really, harness to me the potential of what is out there, because there is a demand for it. Otherwise, we wouldn't see these type of many, hundreds of thousands of people making fake Rastafari products. There's a demand for it. But I think the supply now, if we can supply some authentic Rastafari products, goods and services to the local, regional, international market, right? We can be able to cut down some of the fakes. We can be able to put some funds in one's hands to maintain some of them authentic Rastafari style of making tam and belt and shoes, Ras Ivory and so forth. All these ones who have some unique type of pattern where China try to compete with. You know what I mean? We want to be able to embrace them and make the world know so we have authentic Rastafari arts and crafts. So when I say that we can have our authentic Rastafari seal or our ITAL certification on. So ITAL certification now is what we've been talking about within ganja and within Rastafari products more broadly. Using intellectual property rights, using trademarks, to be able to differentiate the real authentic product from the many, 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 many fakes that are out there. And people are willing on the global market to pay a premium for the real, and people want to experience the real. You know what I mean? And so I know opportunity to be able to package these things and put them to the global market. I'm saying, true, of course, we have the worldwide web available to to do these things. We have the Rastafari global family connections and network to do these things. Both within ganja and otherwise. The Rastafari asset base, as we call it within RMO, asset base, right? Is all of these cultural expressions that Anna is known for, right? Arts and craft, belt, shoes, ganja, related, right? Artistic expression, musically, etc. I mean, here from art, later on, Ras Kwasi, in these regards, and to be able to put in a framework. So I want to share a few slides, if I can, please. So, Hansi, we can just get some visualization on these things because no time is running, but I think important to be able to look at some of these things in the context of visualizing what is possible, So a few slides to show some of the thinking around how we can collectively function. So we're talking about Rastafari traditional knowledge, traditional expression. We know Rastafari culture. We know what it represents, right? We know what it comes with. And it comes with colors, it comes with clothes, it comes with fashion, it comes with herbs, it comes with flags and symbols and drums and chants, right? It comes with tradition and custom. It comes with symbols and it comes with expression, And these are things that, again, I'm saying, the popular outer road, people want to be able to, and have been utilizing these things. In my work in this area over many years, you can see that, words like iron and ital are words that have, immense commercial appeal. People always want to, especially in Jamaica and the Caribbean context, utilize some of these words. So ital, so Rastafari word coming out of Iris, as Rastafari family, out of the, Isaiah to, maintain separation from the system, maintain heretical communication outside of Babylon, right? So these are expressions that, again, we have to be able to maintain some collective, community around it. But we have to put in place to do so, some structures within the community to be able to do that. Put in place some principles in the community to be able to do that, right? Because we know that Rastafari cultural expressions are owned and shared by I all. So we have to be able to know that there are some principles. So for example, when I want to come to a Rastafari space, I want to do filming, for example. I want to film someone jumping, I want to do some interview, I want to do and so forth. Sometimes they come bearing gifts, sometimes they want to sign contract, sometimes they don't come with nothing sometimes there is no contract, you know. Sometimes they might have gone to your next brother or sister mansion up the road and trying to get a contract or some agreement to do a filming and go get it and come down to your space. And you don't know that. And they take advantage of, you know, and bypass community protocol. So the more we have our Rastafari family working together to know that when I want to come to your space, want to do interview, want to take certain photograph, to do certain recording, we have a certain template contract saying where we can utilize certain terms and conditions have to be fulfilled in order to get that done in writing to secure that you don't just make somebody go away with certain information and documentation and the community have no access, you know, to be able to ensure benefit from that. So I have informed consent that anybody who's seeking to use the Rastafari culture respectfully would come forward and engage with the community and have some benefit sharing around these things now, where the community benefit. So not just the person who see because them think Rastafari is attractive, but it has some benefit. I heard Ras earlier, Minister Lazarus talking about, you know, licensing. Trademarks, they're part of the whole thing you have to, I think, embrace as a model. And through licensing, as we were saying, Fire, be able to structure again where ones want to use certain aspects of Rastafari in a ethically or culturally appropriate way. Come to the community, right, or the established recognized community organization for that purpose, and seek appropriate approval, respectful and appropriate approval, you know, before them utilize any type of, you know, cultural assets of the community. Get the permission in some agreement or license where they have a fee to pay and certain term and condition to ensure, say, don't abuse, don't, you know, go over the cultural acceptability of it. And that way, you know, it have a structure where it has some benefit coming back to the community where we can utilize to be able to serve the community creed, the Rastafari creed. To be able to serve the creed, it means able to have some funds available collectively that can be used for collective purposes. Make sure elders get certain access to health care and wellness and treatment and such. Make sure one have access to educational opportunities and scholarships and these things. When have land tenure arrangements, one might need assistance with securing them legal situation in a danger context. Make sure we have funds available to be able to facilitate, you know, economic opportunities of the community, safeguarding our mansion and our organizations, looking at legacy first. Legacy, mansion organizations first. Recognizing that what we are able to benefit from now is through Rastafari ancient sacrifice. So the structure have agreements utilizing Rastafari culture ethically and appropriately structured with mansion and organizations, having some pool of funds central that can then be utilized to benefit wider community creed. Again, can be utilized again nationally, regionally, internationally as well. So right now, what we want to do, I'm gonna wrap up in 2 more minutes. All right, is we want to work within RMO to develop some of these protocols and procedures, to develop some of the community principles and document them. What are the rights and responsibilities of community members? But even we, as a community ourselves, we utilize Rastafari culture too. You know, want to know that we're not just taking, that we're also giving back in a benefit sharing model as well. What are the responsibilities of third parties who want to use or record or document some of our cultural heritage, you know? Ensuring that we have these things in place. We can have then some policies that go forward to say that when we want to know, establish our licensing arrangement, when people want to, for example, get permission to develop a dairy product that we approve, or when Rastafari through RMO and others want to roll out our ITAL standard, we can do so in a way that these things are protected legally to ensure that we can have some benefit economically coming forward, right? That can then be shared ethically within the community. So that's really the whole structure of the intellectual property rights. You know, utilizing what we've had, what is out there, being used by others, and having a way that we can collectively structure something to ensure benefits sustainably going forward for the future. You know, so that really is, I think, linking both ganja, it links the IP rights and agriculture along the ITAL standard and a broader IP trademark framework and a foundation for economic engine for the community sustainability. So give thanks. Looking forward to the reasoning and the questions. So.
Ras Marcos, give thanks for a great presentation. I see we have overrun our time that should have led into our events committee. So I think the RMO will have to find time where some of these questions are logged and we can respond, or there's a forum where one can go to get even some of these follow-up answers from the I, from Kadamawe Knife, from all our presenters. But Ras Marcos, people would like to ask the I. You have been probably one of the first attorneys I can, from my recollection of the history of the movement where Rastafari and Ganja is concerned, where your client, you representing a Rastaman in court, and a judge order that the policeman give back the Rastaman in £2 a herb. And I went to station with the virgin and collect back the £2 a herb. Tell our global family about this Rastaman and how they felt achieving this goal on behalf of the Rasta community and the foundations that were laid for I and I, even from before RMO was established, but we have seen it now happening under the auspices of the RMO. Imagine the judge tell an officer, yo, go give back the Rasta man in £2 a weed. How do I feel about that, Rasta? Give me a little minute.
Yeah, Rastafari. Yes, yeah, man, I think it's something that, you know, just highlight how we have to use the law to our full advantage, you know, because the law been used against Sinai for how much decades and generations, you know. Enough man go to courthouse and police station for herb, you know, handcuff and, you know, jailhouse. And the law ensure that sometimes we don't see back daylight for years, you know. So now we have the law in a position where it recognizes Rastafari, you know, as having individual and collective rights and identity, you know, in the law. Is really the first law, certainly in Jamaica, that recognizes Rastafari as such. Everything else have Rastafari as after books as a personal and grata from them time then, you know. So it recognizes Rastafari as having collective identity and rights to sacrament, and exemption from criminalization, you know, to a certain extent. And so it's one thing that we need to fully exercise yourself, you know. I mean, certainly as a lawyer, I've been in court over the years and say, hold on, you know, go through the courthouse fee. Herbs. So now we have opportunity now to go back and seize back and to teach police also that they don't have the right no more as they used to use the herbs as a tool to abuse and exploit I street. It's something that used to happen a lot as I know, you know. So now we have opportunity with the law, support I right, but we use it to full advantage. Because I'm gonna say I don't deserve and sacrifice feet already.
Quick question, Brother Marcus. So, will a Rasta man in a remote corner, not knowing Marcus Goffe, police take him impound a Sacramental, herb him a go a bingy, a judge will just look upon the officer without even any legal representation. I say, officer, what are we at court time for? Give back the man him weed and make him go him where? Will this be across the board agreement among the judiciary that them recognize that they are violating? Or will all of us have to go through the same formalities when a law is already in place? How this go?
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, law really is up to interpretation oftentimes. And so, in this respect, is that even the judge, so much as the clerk of court, you know, based on the submissions made in court, appreciated what I was saying, that she would not be able to, if she was to go forward to a trial, to present evidence to show that he was not a Rastaman, you know? And that is where I said to her, it's a waste of time to go forward, even though you could still do so, because unless you can do that, you're going to lose the case. And you're going to waste time and waste resources, you know? So the clerk of court is the one who drew the case now based on that. When you look at the law, look at the documentation. Of course, we've been working with the Ministry of Justice over the years to make sure that one's having documentation as far as possible and so forth. So we're able to show them, say, as well, this one is a Rastafari one. And by security through Raga, ones come together and come to court to verify both in writing and in court, that want our Rastafari. So she realized that she had a chance. And so she just dropped the case early before it looked too bad and get out of hand. So I can't say all type of court or judge would have that same perspective, unfortunately. We are working on a constitutional law case right now that should be in court soon to kind of have these things settled, because we still see where even though the law recognizes Rastafari rights in it, it doesn't do so properly or comprehensively. So some of these things we still find one being arrested and carried to court for, so we still have to, I think, carry to a higher level of court, constitutional court, for that over to be resolved in our favor.
Give thanks, Brother Marcus. I think we probably, just to balance a little justice, ask for one more question. Then we have to go into the events committee. We have, used up some of their time already. But even one question from our global family, very important one, pertinent to what Ras Marcus or Knife would have said. One question quickly, 3 minutes.
Hamilton Brown.
If there's no question, we're going to go right into the
Hamilton Brown. Through the chair, Hamilton Brown. Go ahead, please. You're muted.
And there's a number of questions in the chat. Sister Mina from South Africa posing a number.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, we're hearing you now.
Okay, good. Well, I'll cut straight to it. The issue that I have come here, it's not really a question, but it's a challenge. It's a challenge to the global Rastafari community, as well as to those who are a part of the RMO and those who are a part of the EWF. And this concerns the Haile Selassie High School. So for those who are aware of the Haile Selassie High School, you know what kind of institution that institution was supposed to be. And some of you are aware of the state of the high school. So as I assess, I'm listening to all of the talk surrounding sacramental rites and ganja, and those things are wonderful. However, the issue that I have is the treatment of the institution set up by His Imperial Majesty, Kadamawe Haile Selassie. I am imploring the community to take a good look at what's happening with the school. The school is dying a slow death, and it needs all hands on deck for its sustainability, and we can all work together for the government to answer for the crimes it has committed against the school. The school currently there are dormitories set up, and it's currently used as low-income housing. The school currently has students, has an enrollment under 300, which is not consistent with what the institution is supposed to be. So I am challenging all who are hearing my voice to take the opportunity and to reach out to the principal as I have, so that we can start with the restoration of the institution set up by Kadamawe Haile Selassie. And all of these other things with sacramental rights and everything else will come in place. But we must,
my brother, in the interest of time, can you drop the principal's communication in the chat? Because we are on the same page, and the Rastafari community has been doing its part, probably need to do more, as well as government, who is the main person responsible for the institution.
I submit to you the Rastafari community can do more. I don't say probably, I say can. Not probably.
Brother Ivan, if I humbly through the chair.
Yes, Sister Karida?
Yeah, just one quick line of update, because there's been we must always report the victories, and there's been a recent victory over on African Liberation Day, with actually the local EWF chapter along with the RMO in a massive upgrading of the bathrooms and the plumbing system at the Haile Selassie High School, increasing the dignity of the students. We can circulate a very encouraging video giving thanks for that. So I think just to give credit where credit is due, there's already been coordination on the ground and a massive victory of solidarity and support that actually was a follow-up to the Triori Solidarity rally that was held there, and we are in good isolation with the principal. And give thanks for the effort, and we will continue.
Can I add, Sister Karida, that there also a team that is now set up
to monitor the situation of the school, and we'll be doing random updates monthly going forward.
Give thanks. And to Brother Bongo James
thanks
and
for
all
that.
of the others who have been really putting a lot of time and effort and focus on behalf of the Rastafari community and the RMO on that, because it has been a gap. Give thanks.
Give thanks, family. So my brother put a post there in the chat so that others on the platform from our global family in all the languages can keep a follow-up with a Madam Principal who we know is doing a great job in the interest of Haile Selassie I High School. Give thanks to Kadamawe Knife, Brother Marcus Goffe for a nice presentation. Give thanks. And we are just going to move into our events committee and look forward to our beloved Adrian Ras Breadlocks to just lead I and I in that presentation.
The calculation is that they need to be
through the chair.
Yes, through the chair.
Through the chair. I would like to just give 2 minutes out of my presentation just to take these questions that are here. I've noted that those persons they had their hand up for a very long time. Bongo Wisely, I think Dr. Knife wanted to say something, Chief Ayatongo. If they're still there, just to take their comments quickly, and then I will just go into my presentation through the chair. So you're
my brother. Go ahead.
All right, so we're going to take Bongo Wisely, and then Dr. Kadamawe Knife, and then we probably take Chief Ayatongo. I think there were other persons there who had their hand up. Please, we're using just 2 minutes. Thank you.
Rastafari. Give thanks, family. Blessed love, Always a pleasure, to be within the gathering of Rastafari. Yes, I just comment, on the presentation by Kadamawe Knife and even Brother Marcus. In terms of the regional approach pertaining to cannabis or ganja, the Caribbean Rastafari organization is currently putting together a document where we're looking to where we're looking to ask that the governments designate the Caribbean basin as a ganja-free zone, where the whole region would be free, no trade, no thing between the islands. Then that would give us the opportunity to do what we would call zoning, because we're talking about the industrial hemp production, we're talking about medicinal cannabis, we're talking about Sacramental, which is ganja, which we don't want to be pollinated by the industrial hemp, etc., etc. Because of the Caribbean situation, the different islands, it would be easy for cross-pollination to take place. If you have on one little island, you have both industrial hemp, medicinal, Sacramental, so it would encourage zoning where certain islands would be designated for that portion, and the large islands like Guyana, Suriname, Belize can be designated for the industrial hemp, because these, for the industrial production, we don't want the pollen from these to be interfering with the ganja where I would be using for Sacramental and other purposes. So the process has not yet been completed, but definitely the CRO will be working with the RMO, because Brother Marcus attended our last AGM in Antigua, where a new executive was put in place to run the affairs of the Caribbean Rastafari organization. So definitely moving forward is a collective approach we need. But we've also noticed that the Caribbean leaders, they are not united. Although they've signed CARICOM treaty, single market and economy, they've signed those treaties, but yet every leader doing his own thing. Because they're thinking of the next 5 years election, so will that give me more votes? Or, them kind of a way there. So it's Rastafari, especially as it pertains to the ganja. It's Rastafari who have to come with that collective model and present it to them. Give thanks.
Give thanks.
Also, before I go, I just want to say also that the whole ITAL standard, well, definitely the CRO is part of it, and we're working to see to it that we establish that ITAL standard, especially as it pertains to ganja consumption. Give thanks.
A closer link with RMO Bongo wisely would be in the best interest for the region. Closer link with RMO. Give thanks for the high presentation. We're moving on. I think I heard Breadlock said Kadamawe Knife.
No, let the chief speak too, because I have spoken before. Let the chief.
There's other people hanging.
Chief
Yes,
Chief
greeting. You're unmuted. Was it approved for me to speak?
Yes, right about now in 2 minutes.
All right, give thanks. I would just like to ask about 3 quick questions, not long. One is Rastafari a government? That's one. Is Rastafari an indigenous government? That's 2. Is the RMO registered to create ganja businesses? That's 3. And the last one is a little more extended. Why are the legal voices of Rastafari, majority of them on the RMO, yet none has mentioned any of the articles of the UND?
We just live up the bicycle and jump here, so me not touch it and jump.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if that person mute their phone because they're interfering with what I'm saying. Yeah, so I've heard no one mention the indigenous. No one has mentioned the UNDRIP, which are the articles under which the indigenous are protected, and that all the questions about ganja and these rights we're speaking of are covered under the UNDRIP. I'm just wondering though, why the legal voices of Rastafari, and many of them are aware of indigenous sovereignty and rights, why are none of them speaking about approaching this through these articles, which are definitely pointing to the violations, infringements, and everything else going on with the government? I just wanted to know if anyone on here is aware of those indigenous rights, or why are we not using those? Just a question. I'm finished.
Yes, Chief. Yes, Chief. Let me take a answer. I see Sister Karina hand up. But yes, Sister Karina did mention that earlier in her presentation this afternoon. But definitely it is not right. It's the backbone of, through which we express and I rights here from ever since, might have used that word, you know what I mean? But it says sovereignty or autonomous, your autonomy is really that same framework. So our ganja framework under Raga, is based on indigenous rights. And of course, still working within the legal framework set up here in Jamaica, which is, as we say, historic but still imperfect, So definitely, indigenous rights is a main staple of how, many want to see it. As Sister Karina had said earlier, that everyone might, and a consensus see it the same way, but it has been a part of, has been a part of the advocacy towards ganja and ganja rights and land reform and Rastafari rights in Jamaica.
To the chair. Can I say something quickly?
Yes, I think Brother Knife yielded to Aya Congo, and I think he will do the same to the I. Come in, Kwasi, make we hear the I, attorney at law, the Jasma Kwasi.
Yeah, I just want to make our family know that a lot of these UN conventions are not binding on the government of Jamaica. These are guidelines, but they are not something that you can enforce like that. So yes, it's good to be aware of these protocols, but what we are doing now, I think, as the RMO, is the correct course, which is the organization and the centralization making sure that we have an economic base so that we have leverage that we can carry to these international entities and things of this nature that can help us to achieve our goal. The other part is that the indigenous, in some aspect, conflicts with the principle of repatriation, because you cannot, so we have to take a hybrid approach, because you cannot be indigenous to a place and then you're still demanding repatriation to another place. So, you know, there are nuances to the entire approach that we have to use. We acknowledge some of our brethren say that they are from Jamaica and they were always there, and you know, history would show that Africans have been in the West from ever since. However, there are also those that say that they are the descendants of those that were taken captive from the African continent and they want to go home. You know what I mean? So these things have to be reconciled with our umbrella thing. So we have to balance both approaches. And I just want the family to know, when you're talking about the UN, because a lot of people have the UN as a almost a supreme law entity that can enforce its will over its member states, and that's not, you know, the facts, and that's not consistent with history. So we're working slowly but surely. Yes, there are flaws we're overcoming, but we are trying our best to solidify the unity first. That is the first step. There are steps to everything, and I think I want to commend the RMO family for making these steps. Give thanks.
Great son Ras Kwasi, but great son through the chair Ras Kwasi, but when we say indigenous, we're not speaking about Jamaica. We're speaking about the Ethiopian Empire, before colonization, before Jamaica, before Africa. Give thanks, my brother.
Rastafari. So at this time, Dreadlocks, the ball is in your court. The events committee, interest of time, yeah? Nice discussion and you know, good clarity, yeah?
Yes, yes, I give thanks.
Chair. I pray thee, Chair.
And Dreadlocks, it's up to the IMO. The ball is in your court. It's your time. You will determine. You know.
All right. Let us just state this, because I think Queen Mother also wanted to say something, and then we're gonna so this presentation here, this person here now, and then Queen Mother Kerida, if she wishes to say something, and then I will go. But that's basically it. Thank you.
All right. So go forward.
Ras Emmanuel here, otherwise known as Ras Alric Denham. I pray thee, I have been listening to the various presenters. I've been listening to the various presenters, and I would just like to make an input, please. I'm a Jamaican. I'm 8 years old, and I have a little experience of what we are coming from with this forum. I would like to add to what I'm hearing. This is an election year, I am hearing, in Jamaica. And I would like to turn our attention to the speech that His Majesty made in the Parliament in 1966, because of His Majesty's wise mind, he provided an opportunity for Jamaica then to be part of the OAU. He gave them 10 specific reasons why it is important for Jamaica to be part of the OAU. However, they never responded to that. Obviously, the Jamaica Labour Party government was in power, and neither governments, neither parties were in support of anything that Rasta was doing. But I would like to say now that, unlike what was said earlier concerning the authority, what is said in Parliament stands. Whatever is said in Parliament can be revisited. And because it's an election year,
all right.
Because
yeah,
let me just finish, please. I was 20 seconds more. So I'm just saying that it is very essential that we revisit that speech and make it be used as a leverage to.
Sir, not working. You got to this here. That's how you came up. That's how you got to go down.
Yes, to I'm in the library. I'm sorry, but the point I'm making though is that there are certain developments that can come out of using that speech as a leverage, because in the AU is now coming together again, and the matters that affect us right now, like those people who want to return to Africa, or those people who are setting up economic bases all around the world and so on. These assets need to be centralized, and the government has, the parties that are vying for government have some certain responsibilities, both of them, to us, indigenous people. And we ought to be able to come together on these platforms and use the authority and power that is within these various organizations and forums to come with a document that cannot be avoided or be overlooked. Precise document showing that we are united in our effort and that we are fulfilling ancient prophecy. Give thanks.
Give thanks. Queen Mother Kerida.
Give thanks. I think Brother Marcus has already made the important point about indigenous, but maybe from, I am representing the RMO on communication and PR. So I think just from that lens, important to say, an important follow-up action will be to have position papers articulated, and even the Honorable Elder who just spoke, naturally to bring in the references to His Majesty, the Most High guidance, previous guidance as our guiding frameworks. But these things like indigenous rights, instead of everyone having a different heretical overstanding of it, that they would be in a document. So through census and common voice, so that we have these documents. We don't have to reinvent the wheel every time we're talking about the word indigenous. Put forward the positions and why the RMO and other umbrella groups would be using a particular way of approaching a situation. So that's from the communication standpoint. I just wanted to reinforce some of the things that was said already. Give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks. Again, give thanks for all the individuals who have participated in the discussion, respecting even the guidelines. This is actually a product of the events committee, RMO Live. It is one of our signature events, being the RMO Live, our monthly informative, what you would call, engagement in a town hall fashion, but online, where individuals can get to bring forward their concerns, and we, as the executives, will be able to present to the community as into what has taken place within a given time. And we have placed that time to be once a month. So the RMO Live is an online Zoom that will be presented every first Sunday of the month. Right? Now, this one that we have today, I am hearing all the energies, and we have currently we had up to 106 persons online, right? But this is just an introductory event here, the first one.
We went up to
So
111 at one
individuals are going to be able to put forward their concerns, and we'll be able to process it and present to the community. So don't feel as if we're leaving out anybody. A lot of work is going on, but this is the point where I also ask the community to get involved with the works of the RMO. because that is how we'll be able to fulfill all of these, demands or these things that we see as high value issue for us. So the RMO Live, as stated, will be that medium in which individual can be informed each month. Now, our second event is what is called the Harambee Hall. And for those who know, Harambee, this is a Swahili word which means working together. Associated with the Economic Collection Active for National Building, the Harambee Hall, organized by the RMO, have the following objectives. It is really to support the marketing of Rastafari products, as we have spoken about this, in terms of the produce and cuisine, to contribute to income generation, food security, and further the goal of the ITAL standard and certification, and to improve benefits from intellectual property. The Harambee Hall also seeks to promote appreciation, preservation of Rastafari livity and culture, to update the community on RMO developments, and to facilitate consultation and networking within the wider Rastafari community. This is to ensure participation in the design and implementation of the RMO strategies and initiative. And finally, to increase awareness of the mandate, composition, and the role of RMO among the Rastafari community, and mobilize expansion of RMO membership. It seems like a mouthful, but we have really put this, what I call it now, ITAL stew together as an event which is made up of many activities that seek to fulfill these aims and objectives. So again, these are events that are planned, that are really managed by Rastafari, sponsored by Rastafari, that serve the African community. Yeah? No, I don't really want to go any further in it, as there's probably a lot more to mention, but due to the discussion today, we want to just keep in track with the time so that individuals will get to express themselves. Thank you again. Our next Harambee Hall is on the 29th of this month. It will be at House of Dread. People want those from far and near. Share, send in your video drops. Just promote the thing each day that our family will come together. Really, we're looking at the creed again, and we're serving our children. So there's going to be a lot of activities. We have as a special guest, Queen Mother Amina Blackwood Meeks, who will be telling stories to the children. We're going to have our, artisan village. We're going to hopefully have our farmers market. Of course, our Sacramental community. Please let us support it. Even if you cannot be there at our events, just post them. Just post them that the community is aware. Thank you.
Date again before you go off. Just ring out the date again.
All right, so the date is the 29th of this month here. The 29th, the last Sunday. So the RMO Live is normally held on the first Sunday. This is the online platform here on Zoom. And then the Harambee Hall, which is a physical meeting space, a groundings in various spaces in Jamaica and hopefully internationally soon. This is on the final Sunday of the month. So again, the 29th of this month, House of Dread, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Children's focus. Let's do it. Let's serve the community. Give thanks.
So that will be on the eve of His Majesty address to the League in 1936. Powerful moment. We give thanks, Dreadlocks, for the presentation. Any quick question anyone want to throw in? Say 2 quick questions, and then we go into our next topic, having gone over time with other topics. Any two quick questions to Breadlocks?
Hell, the
Yes. I see knife hand up and I see someone here. Yes, sir. Go ahead, please. Yes, King.
Yeah, I have plenty questions. And you know that too. Plenty questions I have for permitting pain and suffering for ones and ones. Taking ones out of the group, doing what you want to do, like you owe Rastafari. It belongs to all of I and I. You give pain to people. You threaten people. You hurt people. You make life feel not a part of the house of Rastafari. You make me cry for the way you treat I and I. And you want to bully me every time and take me out of the indigenous group like I and I can't serve my truth. It's not right for why you deal with me. And you want to threaten people and hurt people and call them names. It's not right. That's not Rasta liberty. We're supposed to be brothers keeper. But yet you want to treat me so badly.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir. Through the chair.
We don't operate the Rastafari indigenous. I don't know. We don't.
I'm operating like that, so take me off of this now.
Don't come off. I just want
Yes, you did it. You broke my heart.
To the chair, could you please? Yes.
He wants to go. Just assist him. Yes, I love it. So we move on. Any pertinent questions?
Honorable Ras Ayavi, pardon my lord. Honorable
Yes,
Jamusa is expressing his concern. We just need to be patient. Explain to the Ras, that we do not govern that space that he was kicked off. The RMO does not govern that space. Honorable Jamusa, I hope you are still here. Yeah, but he didn't hear.
Man.
So we just have to be patient. Hold up. Honorable
Jamusa,
hold up.
Through the chair. Go ahead.
One voice. Honorable Jamusa, just want the eye to know we do not control the platforms that you were kicked off. All right? We want you to get that clear. This platform, the RMO organization, welcomes everyone to express their concerns. We are patient to listen to your concerns, and we even apologize on behalf of those who have kicked you off their platforms. They are not probably cognizant of the importance of the oneness and the unity and the unity that we all are, trying to work towards. All right. So Jamusa, feel free to, seek the link to the RMO Harambe group, WhatsApp group. We will gladly share it to the eye so that the eye can have that continuous communication with your brothers and sisters in Rastafari. Blessed love, my Lord.
Yes, sir.
Over to the chair.
Yes, sir. Through the chair.
That tolerance, beloved.
Yes, sir. Through the chair.
Yes, I.
We want to make it very clear that before the end of the meeting, we will be giving out the information as to the official contact to the RMO. And we welcome all Rastafari organization. Seeing whether you have been doing work before, we want to just work together to enhance that and try to make a difference in this time. So again, we're just asking for patience for one another and that we understand what we are doing right now. It is very, very important that we take time to listen to each other. Seeing? So again, thank you through the chair. I think but Dr. Knife hand is up.
Yeah. So go forward, I love it.
Let me just say this quickly because a couple comments were made earlier, which really good comments. So, for example, the Virgin spoke about Haile Selassie High School. Breadlocks, you were reasoning about providing these services for the youths and the elderly, and we spoke about fulfilling the creed. And you spoke about the Harambe Hall. Now, what highlight is how crucial it is for the RMO and our Rastafari organization. And this is just a reminder still now. we take business very seriously. I mean, extremely seriously. You can't fulfill a mission without the funds to sustain that. And Rastafari teach about self-reliance, which means to put yourself in a position where I fully independent in all of the areas where important for where you call sustainable development. And if one becomes like that and then collectively we start to work together, it makes the work much, much easier. So self-reliance and collective security and economics is a crucial element in that. And so I never take this ganja business serious. And this is what I want to end with saying. This ganja business, we need to take it very, very serious. It's the thing you can plant in the shortest time to generate the highest amount of revenue that can be used to support and sustain all those other interventions that I deem important to be done. And I say that within the context, I am aware of the kind of skill sets with amongst Rastafari, so we can write a lot of proposals now with the principal at the school to do things. But I say, outside of that, if you want to really effect any meaningful change, and this is where both I Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the practice, the relevance is still current. You have to become economically independent. And I'm saying to the item that ganja, whether formal or non-formal, legal or illegal, come don't practice economic hypocrisy. All of the money coming out of the same pool and spent. Ganja provides an immediate opportunity to plant herb, sell herb, generate funds to support the development agenda. And the RMO and all the organizations that are present, especially if they're in Jamaica, because Jamaica can plant enough herb for the whole of it and generate enough funds to the region. But I'm saying, especially in Jamaica and Antigua and other places who know so you can plant herb, even for a short while, we need to be planting herb. And we have, again, Marshall Emmanuel, who is the lead and one of the leading of the world on this ganja business. Seeing, and I have no excuse as to why we're not making money from herb, especially given the fact that we can get all these things to other people as well to be planting herb. So I will take it serious. And if you have 100 people here, so there's 100 different avenues through which I can connect to get herbs where it's supposed to go. So we take this business serious.
Give thanks, Ras Knife. We give thanks. I mean, yes, economics must begin. Can't just smoke it and now make no money out of it. This is what they would want we to do. You know? Keep smoking while they make the money. So we give thanks and we have to look further into that. So, beloved, we are going out of time, but we just quickly want to go right now into the database and our trade association. So at this time, we want to invite our first admin secretary. You know, the RMO said, right, the days must pass, you know, where Rasta put in them time in and sometimes not even see no incentives from it. They have made Sister Samantha being one of our first admin secretary, now subjected to her stipend, her salary, and give thanks for, you know, the sacramental contributions collected through the RMO, and knowing that Sister Samantha, you're more in a comfortable position to put in your time and being compensated. So, Sister Samantha, the ball is in your court. Your presentation. I think you have a couple of minutes to do so. So let's hear from the eye. Rastafari.
Rastafari greetings to all present today, giving thanks for life, love, and liberty. Today I speak on the purpose and the power of building a Rastafari Rastapreneur database. It's a digital tool to uplift our people and connect our movement worldwide. So this is a digital platform that we're working on, which will be listing Rastafari entrepreneurs. It will become searchable by name, location, and category. It's a place for sharing products and services. The reality is our people are scattered all over Jamaica and globally, Many talents are unknown or unsupported. Rastapreneurs often face barriers to visibility, funding, and collaboration. So this is a central database which will help to connect the dots, and it will also bring access, unity, and structure. We will be able to discover a lot of ones who are creators in making herbal products or who will provide just a mere sacred space that ones can be able to visit. It will also help to promote, idol products, roots, and fashion. It will also help to present Rastafari in a unified and professional way. All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and read some of the items that will be listed, hold a second, in the collection of the data. It's not opening, hold on. All right, so some of the information that will be collected will be names, contact numbers, email addresses, if the business is registered, if it is a sole trader business, if it's a partnership, also the types of products that each person makes, if it's a product or a service, if the business has employees and the amount, the location of the business, and the name of the business so far. Hold a second, let me see. Right, so this will become real life uses, and this is also a vision beyond just a database. It will be able to sell products and services directly at our events held. It will also help us to build workshops on the business and also at some point invite JBDC to offer support and funding. It will also help us to connect with investors and grants and promote Rasta-led tours and retreats. Our culture is being copied, sold, and diluted, and if it is we document ourselves, then we'll be able to do it correctly. So with some of the tech tools that we have available, then I have no excuse. Unity is strength, and let us build something that's lasting. This is a call for each one within the community to let us create this database to facilitate an economy and a living movement that will unify, uplift, and empower the Rastafari nation. So come forward, attribute, and let us create this together. Give thanks, Rastafari.
Give thanks, Madam Secretary. I was wondering, only 2 minutes, You have so much to say. Give thanks to my Sister Samantha. Nice to see our young people involved in our organization and doing what they do best. So we're moving on, and we're being called for another bridge, one of the other young minds, because sometimes I look at Lion Voice, and when I look at Lion Voice, I see some of the most renowned bridging across the region and the world. So I want to invite the Ras Kwasi, after giving him a free ad on the Lion's Voice, to come forward and speak to us about Rastafari Creative Trade Association, demonstration, a platform, and call for increased registration. The Ras Kwasi.
Give thanks, and first and foremost, let me greet you all in that divine name of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Glory and honor in the name of His chosen Queen Empress Waziri Menen. It's a great honor to greet this historic gathering and to address the gathering about the Association of Rastafari Creatives, which is one of the founding members of the RMO. We are a trade association of creatives, and we are building on this concept of mapping and organizing and centralizing specific to those who are in the creative industry. We have identified that farmers and agriculture is a part of the creative industry. So I have here the ARC website. One of the things that we are doing right now is creating a digital registry. One of the things that we must do is to create an economic base for our community. And a lot of our Rastafari family are involved in the creative industry. ARC has amassed a social media presence, an email list, so that we are able to put a direct-to-consumer strategy for our members who can advertise their products and services on ARC platforms. Because what we're trying to do is aggregate the creatives together, aggregate the market. Aggregate is a fancy word that just means bring it together. So we're trying to bring together the market so that when people are looking for authentic Rastafari products and services from creatives, there's a place that they can go. They can just go straight to Association of Rastafari Creatives. So if you go to the website, www.rastafaricreatives.com, you look at the top menu, you scroll here, find products and services. What you would see is our gold pages, which is the name that we have. We are going to be creating a PDF copy, a digital directory of all of our members who are registered in the creative. Back in the days, if you're old enough and you used to go far, and you know there's something called the yellow pages, where you could see all of the businesses or the people's phone numbers. We're creating a gold page so that, again, people who are looking for products and services, and this is our central audience is I&I, because a lot of us might need a graphic designer. We need someone, and we want to spend that money within the Rastafari family. So we have Rastas that do all manner of work at the highest level within the creative industry. So if you come to this list, for example, and you were to type in this, you see all of the different places. You could say agriculture, you select a region, and the regions are updated. And then you scroll down, you would see Aya Giffe, which is our former chair of our agriculture committee. He's listed there. His email where you can contact him, and you can update your profile with information. So it's a quick way, searchable database where people can come and look for Rastafari creatives in different spaces. If you want to go health and wellness, there's no one in Jamaica registered currently, but maybe USA, we can find someone, no, maybe Canada. But the point is, as it's filled out, it'll be searchable. And it's something that already exists. So this information will also be shared with RMO, particularly for Jamaica. We have already run into the situation. These are all of the profiles that are a part of the database thus far. We've already run into the situation where, reasoning with JBDC, they're asking where can we find the Rastafari craftspeople and creative people. And we ourselves as Rastafari people don't have these things organized, for ourselves. So, this is part of a larger push that we can be accessible to the global market space. Right now, I think someone earlier said China, anything that deal with red, gold, and green, most of it is produced in China. People don't know where to find us because most of our businesses have been geared locally. So this is our effort to really focus on our members and to create a platform where ones can come and have their products and service listed. It's completely automated. You can just come here, log in, set up a profile. You can become a paid member, which would give you advertising across our platform. We have over 12,000 subscribers on our IG, couple thousand, I think, on our Facebook. We have, I think, close to 1,000 emails in our email list. We have a monthly newsletter. And it's growing. That's very important to state. All of these things are in their incubator process. And again, we are a part of the RMO. So we are here to, instead of reinventing the wheel, to be that entity to mobilize our creative industry, which right now, aside from ganja, which we would still put as part of the creative industry, most of our revenue for Rastafari is coming through our creative industry pursuit. So we definitely see where we need to organize that. And we have started to do the work. We're celebrating 4 years as ARC, several achievements that we have, and we are continuing. Finally, just to say that this initiative ARC fulfills one of the 22 points that came out of the 1983 conference at UWI. One of those directives was to organize Rastafari creative industry on the benefit of the Rastafari family. So ARC is a direct answer to the mandate that was asked for by some of our legendary elders who met at the University of the West Indies, calling for us to come together as creatives. We do have a robust ecosystem, and we're looking, again, if you want to become a member, just go to the website here, rastafaricreatives.com, set up your profile. I see a lot of familiar names in the chat, so this is a perfect opportunity for all of us who have businesses who are looking for that collective push and the things that we can do collectively. For example, if you're a member, you get discounted rates from our other members. So if you want to get a graphic designer and you're an ARC member, you'd get a cheaper rate from another member who's also a graphic designer, etc. You'd also be able to get a lot of different benefits. We do have meetings every quarter as well, ARC exchanges, where we bring in professionals to help you to structure your business, top of the line business people. As a trade association, we want to make sure our Rastafari businesses are competitive and that we're not just creating the raw materials as Rastafari, but we understand and we own businesses and we have an economic base. An economic base is the basis of all political power. Without economics, we will continue to be ignored by all of these governments and treated away. So I do give thanks. I'll stop it right there. We're asking, again, all of the ones who are in the creative industry to share. It's a public platform where your information will be accessible to the public, but also RMO will be able to use this information to help to build our database. As any umbrella organization, the most important thing is to have a mapping. We have to know our human resources so that we can plan appropriately. And we are not short of anything within Rastafari. So I really do give thanks for the opportunity to present. I have been representing the Haile Selassie Foundation for Law and Society along with Ras Marcus in consultation for the RMO. So I'm not one of the RMO representatives that sits on the administrative board. That is Ras Wulde and Ras Tafari. But ARC has fully been engaged with the process. We have also within ARC been helping to lead the ITIL certification process. And that committee and have extended that into a global process. We started that with Raga. So ARC is fully on board with the RMO, and we are looking forward. I think this event is a testament to the potential if we put aside our petty differences, come together and move forward into this new golden era. Give thanks and praises, Isis.
Give thanks to Ras Kwasi, give thanks for even, rounding up, because we're looking at time and see that we are going a bit overboard. We're just asking ones, and nice to see over 100 participants coming through, consistently. We're down to about 95 right now, and we still ask for a little bit more tolerance in, seeing I through. Q&A, I would ask that, for the benefit of timing and all and proper answering, please post your questions into the chat. And our I saw I was mute a while ago, so we're just asking ones to post your questions in the chat and ensure that your questions are answered, based on how time is going for I and I right now. Probably even one question, we can open the floor and just ask for, answer one question to the Ras Kwasi or to Sister Samantha. Quickly, beloved. Any quick question?
No, I don't see any hands currently.
All
so
right,
again,
all right.
we ask persons to indicate, please.
And, remember, post your questions into the chat, yeah?
Through the chair.
Yes, I.
Yeah, man, we really want individuals to see how we're connecting. Again, just the feedback that we're getting from the community, and we are presenting these things, not just physically, but we're also engaged on the online platform for Rastafari. So I know for a fact that there are examples of communities, mansions, say for example, House of Seba that has their every end of month, authentic Rastafari items there. That is also an access point where people can sign up also to an app known as Earkey, where these are original Rastafari created app by Ras Splicer, and individuals can actually get their products out there. So we're creating not just a data bank, but also a space in which individuals, even those who are not so, connected with the internet, but access points where individuals can actually go and get their products and services online. So please take note of that, so the community can also pass on that word within the streets,
All right, through the chair, we have a hand up by House of Seba, Rastafari Seba.
Yes, I.
Greetings, give thanks. It's not Jabali Seba, it's actually Ras Splicer. Give thanks. And give thanks to that mention, Breadlocks and Earkey. Actually, things are real good. I was cut off a little bit, so good that we come in on the right time and give thanks to that. With Earkey family, we display products and services to the diaspora and locally. So for the ones that were even just a sell to the mom and pop stores and your neighbors, you have access to easily, provide your items. We have our network of ones that we're supplying now in the diaspora and in New York area and Canada, and also in the UK that we send out bulk items to. So we invite the farmers to list their products so they can be purchased before they even come off the farm. That's the sort of system that is in place. And for the ones that already have products that's already produced, list your items and your services likewise, carpenters, plumbers. ones that want to find jobs. Jobs are available, you know what I mean? That sort of vibration. You see it, you want to transfer your funds to your loved ones likewise. You know what I mean? This is sort of vibration. So, you know, it's just a system where I encourage them to, you know, take a look at. We've been exposed to the commercial market for the past year. 6 months actually, since the 31st of December. Just went public 2 days ago on iTunes. So it's a functioning platform that is available everywhere now. Harry, and in the interest of time, I just say give thanks.
Give thanks, family. Breadlocks always stay.
Good, can't seal.
You can't seal. I love it. You know, we do give thanks. We give thanks for this moment, very historic moment on this day. Yeah, man. Officer my month always brings some nice things. So I take credit to know, say, yeah, we have gone through a nice exercise. We give thanks for the over 100 participants from all over the globe that came in and were part of it. We know whenever we interpret for we Espanol community out there, but I know a lot of ones in Spanish and other languages were on the call, but we will look forward to their questions coming through on the chat. And the RMO information is out there where ones can keep a constant communication, because the more we are together, the stronger I and I will be. And as Haile Selassie I said, unity is our only accepted goal. So we give thanks to even our secretary from the RMO, and they have summarized some points that led out of this gathering, and I'll just go through them quickly. That the RMO Live is the beginning effort of RMO to move beyond coordination of organizations in Jamaica to umbrella organizations globally. And there will be efforts to establish other ways outside the RMO Live to systemize mechanism for coordination. Another one that came out is that in the meanwhile, concrete actions have been agreed. For example, to work on a common form of vaccination exemption. That means globally, we have one and the same thing in this agitation. Meeting of attorneys will be held 1 to 2 weeks to collectively study the next steps on the Rastafari Act. All attorneys on this platform who have committed their support for this in the chat will be invited. Then there's alignment with the Africa Union on the 6th region. Then we have sacramental rights, joint work of RMO and CRO on regional framework and joint advocacy to the coalition of ministries of justice, given the similar histories and similar law and the need for free movement across the regional borders for economic development. On IP rights and coordinated marketing, licensing, approval to ensure benefit sharing to serve the creed, coordination and protection of intellectual property rights, specifically for authentic Rastafari products through development of a common trademark. Protocols and procedures to guide the community itself and the public. On communication, the RMO will follow up to develop position papers on specific issues that require one voice, revisit all speeches and framework of Kadamawe Haile Selassie as guiding light for the itinerant unification of the RMO. For example, the position on indigenous rights. The Haile Selassie I High School, continued support. Follow up on links to Burkina Faso. Meeting time for the future, RMO visual meetings. Someone's raised the fact that the time has clashed with regular meetings of other umbrella Rastafari groups. Can it be agreed that since the RMO Live will only be monthly, could be continued every first Sunday at the same time? Of the view, it might clash with other things going too. But yeah, we do give thanks. I love it. But we will ensure that whatever we do, we seek collective decisions to ensure that we are able to be on, because when we are on together as family, then we have great minds coming together to chart the course for the 21st century and beyond. Beloved, it has been a great occasion. I give thanks for, having been invited to be here, putting aside other things and sharing in this momentous occasion, very historic, unprecedented, and we give thanks for the discipline that we have seen here this night in ensuring that we had a meeting with good overstanding and imparting knowledge to each other. We're going to seal up with, as always, the sounds of the drums that was banned from our midst due to the communication we sent across to our brethren and sisters on the plantation. And even long before that, the drums was so used expertly by I people from time immemorial. So we give thanks. More love and blessings, and we're going to ask our beloved Priest Lamont. Priest Lamont, just come in and give a blessing seal up, and we know Breadlocks would have had a nice rendition of some chants to just seal I and I up in a nice way. The Sister Nanny always asks, Ras Tafari, what happened to that chant that says, that speaks to unity? And I say, you know, Sister Nanny, I have not recorded that chant officially yet, you know. And the chant says, come let us unite and tear down Babylon wall. For a house divided against itself must fall. I and I now praise the God of the dead. I and I praise the living Jah. Come let us unite and tear down Babylon wall. So we're going to call Priest Lamont for us come up and seal you up in a nice farewell meditation of prayer. And we just ask Breadlocks, very selective in the right sound, to seal you up like that. Family, it was a pleasure being here. Give thanks to the assistance of all who made this possible and make we look good behind the RMO platform. Rastafari.
Give thanks, Honorable Chair, Honorable Ras Tafari, mighty works from the eye today. We glorify. I always glorify the eye in the presence of I and I, Rastafari. Let me say, great thanks to the royal cast panel, Sister Nanny, Sister Karida, Sister Samantha, Ras Kwasi, Ras Marcus, Ras Baya, Honorable Prophet Akita for his assistance in the background. I am just, flowing over with the joy of the Divine Majesty for such a royal and powerful presentation. I thank the item so much. It is a joy. I just read from the wise mind of His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie, just a brief few lines from chapter 13, where he talks about self-defense. How vital it is that men be jealous of their freedom. Our unity being our formidable weapon of defense, it should be kept more strengthened than our other forces of defense. It is so great that our defense is in our unity. It is to be kept more strengthened than all our other defenses. I thank the High Blessed. Reverence in royal and virtual courts. I should say I am Priest Lamont, which most ones have heard I am the PR exec, or one of the PR exec for the RMO. And I'm one of the two representatives on the admin board of the RMO. And we are the only legacy mansion presently ratified in the RMO Constitution. And we have been there, and we glorify, being amongst I and I, Rastafari, all together. Together we are strong, one for all and all for one. Reverence in the virtual courts of our Divine Majesty King Emperor Haile Selassie I. Praise him, Rastafari, our blessed Redeemer. Sing, O earth, his wonderful love proclaim. Hail him, highest archangels in glory. Strength and honor give to Jah holy name. Holy Emmanuel, Jah, Rastafari. I was glad when they said unto me, let us go into the house of Jah. Jerusalem is built as a city that is compact together, where the tribes go up, the tribes of the Lord, into the testimony of Israel, to give thanks unto the name of the Lord, and to inquire in his glory. For it is good and it is upright to give praise. Behold how good and how pleasant it is for I and I, brothers and sisters, to dwell together in unity and in love. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that went down to the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirt of his garment. May the divine Irit's strength, love, peace, and grace of the most divine Majesty, and of the blessed Holy Mother Empress Menen Asfor, be ever around I and keep I as a welding chain that forms an unbreakable circle, that I ever show that commitment to his cause, to the creed, to the protection of the aged and the young, and of all good and uprightness. Most High, blessed divine Irits of our forefathers and our foremothers, ever guide us along this journey and keep I as one, and do for us and always be about us, above, beneath, below, beside, and before, behind. Keep us in thine own arm as the gentle shepherd. Most High, Haile Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, peace, love, and unity.
Give thanks, Honorable Priest Lamont, just love and blessings. And you know, even before we seal, there is a mother who brought forth one of our beloved sister. And this mother have always been at Nyabingi. She brought forth a Rastafari sister, Sister Janet, our beloved sister, and she lived to see her 107th year before she bid farewell to I and I. So we embrace Sister Janet and family and that mom who was always not Rastafari, but she was a lover of coming to Bingi and fellowshipping with I and I. And she has batted well 107 years. So we give thanks for her life well spent on the planet. Sister Janet's mom. Enough love, Rastafari. Family, enough love and blessings. It was a pleasure being here in your midst. Haile Selassie the first and Empress Menen be with I and I this time, henceforth and forevermore. Give thanks, RMO family.
Coming straight. Romans are typical. The elders are typical. Them out of them out. Not one, not two, not three of them. Saying, I tell us up till until this very day. I not how we secretary data. Still on contact. Still a reason. It's everyone dead about 3 years now. But I still live with them. And one thing, it's everyone tell I. Miss Gertrude, I didn't know Miss Gertrude. I just Miss Gertrude and I do a lot of them every day. I want to rally back from Gertrude.
Please remember to join us next month, July 6th, for the next RMO Live.
Wisdom cry while angels sing. A devoted man of God. He used the word just like a rod. Teaches people how to fight. Oh yes, he was a blazing light. A while that said and done. Win the war without a gun. Dr. Martin Luther King. Your name will ever ring. Dr. Martin Luther King. Wisdom cry and he shall sing. Brilliant king of Africa. Humble servant of Jaja. Such a noble black man.